Good morning, Komiti councillors. Welcome to our hui of Komiti Māori. Before we start, I will hand it over to Ruben to open our meeting with the opening karakia. Kia koe, Ruben.
Morena tātou ngā mihi, kia koutou katoa ngā rangapiro ki te tunei, mātua i tūpira ki tēnei hui nā karakia me ngā kātou. Maunga nui nau mai haere, maunga roa nau mai haere, ka te koe ki waihihi, ka ki te koe ki waihaha, te makeretanga oko, nā ure kiro ko te wai ohiha. Tuturu whakamawa ki a tina. Haume hui e.
Kia ora, Ruben. And also a welcome to those councillors that we have on Zoom. We have councillors Winters, Iti, White, Von Dawson, Thurston, and I think we're yet to have Paula join us. Morena koutou. Before we start our meeting proper, can I just remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and that the recording will be made available on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council website following the meeting. I also remind all present that local government decision making affords no protection to councillors, council officers and the public for comments made during meetings that are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. Right, opening our meeting proper, I'm going to call for apologies. There are none, so I'll still need a mover and seconder. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Campbell. I was going to call you Councillor Malcolm, and I knew that wasn't right.
That's Scottish.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No, there are none. Thank you. Just moving through the format of our meeting today. Public forum, there is none. Items not on the agenda, there are none. No change to the order of business. I'm calling, are there any declarations of conflicts of interest? There are none. Thank you. Now we're moving to our previous minutes. The meeting held on the 30th of April 2024. Can I have a mover and seconder for those minutes, please, of a councillor who was present at that meeting? I did see Councillor Scott's hand first, so I'll take the mover as Councillor Scott and seconder as Councillor McMillan. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Thank you. Any matters arising from those minutes? There are none. Thank you. I'll take those as carried. We're now going to move straight into our presentations. Our first presenter, can I welcome you to the table, please, Akira. Most of you have got your Chair's reports. You will see in the Chair's report that we have given some background information to each of the speakers. I'm sure though you are all well aware of who Akira is, and it's lovely to have you here today, Akira, so I'm going to hand the rako to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Kua hui mai nei tēnei wā. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki ngā atua, tēnā koutou. Ko te mihi tuarua ki ngā rangatira o Komiti Māori, tēnā koutou. Ko te mihi tuatoru ki ngā kaimahi o Toimoana, tēnā koutou. Ko ai au, e te taha o Tuki Papa, ko maunga tautiri me matawhaura ngā maunga, Ko Waikato me Waiapa nā awa, ko Tainui me Te Arawa nā waka, ko Ngāti Kuriki Kakakura me Ngāti Te Tākenga nā hapu, ko Maunga Tautari me Te Tākenga nā marae. I te taha o toku mama, ko Scarlium te maunga, ko Te awa, ko Eva Whauri te Turanga Waiwai, ko Campbell te iwi, ko McTavish te hapu, ko Akira McToshiriwai aho. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Apologies, I'm a bit nervous. So basically I just started my presentation with a very brief mihi to the atua, to Komiti Māori and to the staff of Toi Moana. And then I just went into my whakapapa. So on my dad's side, I whakapapa to Waikato and Te Arawa, and then on my mum's side, I whakapapa to Scotland. So I would like to begin this presentation by thanking you, Toi Moana, for the opportunity to come and present my dissertation results to you all today and share the research that I have conducted on Te Maru o Kaituna. Now, this research would not have been possible at all without the generous and gracious contribution of time and support from the people that I interviewed: Mete Moana McDonald, Dean Flavel, Picky Thomas, Alba Conroy, and Pim DeMonchi. Once again, it was a profound privilege to share kōrero with you and to learn about your experiences and Te Maru's journey. As a whole, the work that has been accomplished by Te Maru is incredibly inspiring and one that I feel so honoured to have done research upon. I truly believe that Te Maru is leading the way within the co-governance space and that there are mechanisms and factors in place that have helped Te Maru to achieve transformational environmental change. Also, before I begin my presentation, I ask that you all please bear with me as I'm trying to condense 22,000 words into a few slides. So hopefully this is not information overload for you all. So as we know, colonisation has profoundly affected the health of the natural environment, causing widespread degradation. The imposition of a settler colonial agenda facilitated through their governance and laws has marginalised Māori from environmental decision-making, impacting Māori's intrinsic relationships with the environment. It is through the settler colonial vision that the environment is viewed as a resource to be extracted upon for economic gain. This is in direct contrast to that of a Te Ao Māori worldview, which views the environment as not primarily a static resource to be mined to suit our economic needs, but rather part of our whakapapa. It is part of our Māori and it forms a part of who we are and our cultural identities. Over the past 2 decades, there has been an emergence of co-governance structures due to the collective fight towards redress and recognition of Māori in response to the declining health of our environments, primarily actioned through treaty settlement processes. Despite this emergence, there is widespread discourse regarding the effectiveness and success generated by these entities. And in response to this, my dissertation's overarching research question is: how does an effective form of co-governance produce positive environmental outcomes? Using Te Maru o Kaituna as the case study. So before jumping into the details, I just wanted to first talk about the why, the water, and why I chose to focus on Te Maru for these studies. My interest in resource management and the role of Māori within the space actually began here at Toi Moana during my time as an intern within the Te Aorangi team. Here, my eyes were open to the role of Māori within resource management and the impact of resource management in managing the environment. I pursued a Bachelor of Science in Geography and Environmental Studies and worked as a research assistant for Maria Ba, who taught my Māori resource management paper. Here, I was offered the opportunity to complete a Masters of Indigenous Studies with support from the National Science Challenge, looking at the role of Māori within local government and policy. I wanted to focus on an area connected to my whakapapa, and I feel so grateful that I was able to do this by looking at Te Maru. This research has allowed me to learn more about my whakapapa, especially through my interviews, and to connect with the kaituna where my koro would have grown up beside. I also grew up in Tauranga, meaning that I can see the tangible impacts that Te Maru has made in the community, which made the work so much more meaningful. So how did I do this research? This research was conducted through qualitative methods, so 5 interviews and then literature reviews of various council documents. So looking at meeting minutes, agendas, and then of course the Kaituna River document and the Kaituna Action Plan. This research was also grounded in a kaupapa Māori methodology, so which is inherently transformative research shaped by the lived experiences of Māori derived from Māori's fight for mana motuhake and tino rangatiratanga. So starting with my first research, apologies, jumped ahead. So this is my overarching research question, and then as you can see, I've split it into 3 sub-research questions. So what factors contribute to the effectiveness of a co-governance entity? What are ways to mitigate the impacts of power imbalances to remain effective? And lastly, how can you bridge the gap between theoretical policy and practical implementation? With my hypothesis being that yes, an effective form of co-governance will produce positive environmental outcomes. So starting with my first research question, what factors contribute to the effectiveness of a co-governance entity? Effectiveness here meant a range of things. Effectiveness to function and effectiveness within which, effective timeframes within which things get accomplished. Te Maro was able to hit the ground running, producing their river document in a relatively short time frame, partly due to building upon previous work completed by mana whenua and community groups. This included the 2009 Kaituna River and Ōnātoro Makatū Estuary Strategy, which Dean Flavel, who was the chair of Te Maro at the time of my research, was also the chair of this community board at the time. And this document was produced by collaborative efforts between iwi, hapu, community groups and councils to outline community aspirations which Te Maro could build upon some 8 years later. Other examples of looking to the past included examining other co-governance forums within the Bay of Plenty, such as the Rangitaki River Forum, to look at how they engage with agency partners such as Toi Moana. So the second factor for effectiveness that my research looked at was the honouring of whakapapa and how having the right people around the table is key to the effectiveness of Te Maro. Other co-governance forums have faced criticism by prominent Māori academics who argue that the effectiveness of these forums is undermined by the Crown dictating who they want to engage with within the decision-making process. Linda Tuhiwai-Smith argues that this leads to the exclusion and homogenisation of mana whenua. Te Maro was at risk of this happening because when the Tapuiha Claims Settlement Act was passed, Ngāti Whakaue had yet to settle. And due to this being a Crown-driven process, this meant that the Crown only engaged with settled iwi, meaning Ngāti Whakaue were excluded from the legislation. This exclusion did not sit well with Te Maro members who supported appointing a Ngāti Whakaue representative with their CEO and the chair at the time, Dean Flavel, writing to the Minister for Treaty Negotiations in support. When the Crown dictates how a co-governance forum operates, it can undermine its integrity, and by including Ngāti Whakaue, Te Maro actively challenged this and by doing what's right for the Kaituna. And the last factor for effectiveness, and arguably the most important, is relationships. As co-governance is rooted in collaboration and shared decision-making, all parties working collectively is paramount to its progress and success. The value of relationships was identified as a key factor in the success of Te Maro, and this quote from Councillor McDonald perfectly sums up its value. Throughout all interviews, Pim and his staff at Bay of Plenty were identified as playing an integral role in the effectiveness of Te Maro for the guidance and technical support that they offer. From Pim's perspective, he accredited the effectiveness of Te Maro to the open-mindedness of its members and their eagerness to generate environmental outcomes. Interviewees also highlighted the importance of the leadership and relationships between their chair at the time, Dean, and the rest of the membership and partner agencies. The leadership and relationships within this space play a key role in Te Maro's effectiveness, guiding the authority forward to achieve its visions. So moving on to my second research question, what are ways to mitigate the impacts of power imbalances to remain effective? Co-governance in Aotearoa faces inherent power imbalances due to the disparities within funding, capacity, and capability. At a governance level, resource allocation and the availability of iwi representatives are significant issues and arguably the most obvious display of these imbalances. This was a common sentiment throughout interviews, as many iwi representatives on Te Matu also serve on additional post-settlement or post-government boards, including marae committees, and must juggle all of these commitments outside of their 9 to 5, and often in their personal time. Operationally, these inequalities are present in the disconnect between entities and grassroots level organisations, with the lack of capacity within iwi to carry out iwi delegated projects. While issues like funding and capacity are complex and arguably tied to broader society and policy shifts, my focus was on how Te Matu seeks to lessen these imbalances to enhance its co-governance structure beyond simply increasing funding. One key way to reduce these power imbalances is through the involvement of Māori councillors, with interviewees highlighting that Māori councillors played a crucial role in managing power distribution within co-governance structures. Māori councillors bring immense value by providing a te ao Māori worldview and a Māori perspective, as they effectively wear two hats, one of the council and one of the iwi Māori. Their familiarity with council processes is particularly valuable, bringing understanding and support, as some iwi representatives may be new to working at these governance levels, with their support being significant in helping them to navigate these spaces. Additionally, Māori councillors can represent iwi in aspirations and formal council meetings where iwi may not be present or may not have voting powers. Within Te Matu's co-governance structure at the time of my research, Dean Flavel was the chair and Councillor McDonald is the deputy chair, with the value of this being identified through interviews, with Flavel signalling that not only does it seek to lessen power imbalances, but it also strengthens relationships between iwi and hapu with Toi Moana. The second mechanism is through tikanga informed meetings. So Māori academic Maru Lanning argues that co-governance frameworks rooted in Western structures can pose challenges for Māori participation in these frameworks, as they often conflict with traditional Māori practices. This leads to the prioritisation of these Western processes over tikanga-based governance, which can undermine the effectiveness of co-governance. By holding hui on marae, Te Matu is actively decolonising these spaces, allowing decision-making to align more closely with the te ao Māori worldview. Fostering accessible environments for Te Matu's meeting leads to positive outcomes, enhancing the quality of the kōrero and allowing for greater connection with local communities and grassroots initiatives. This is because people may feel more comfortable presenting within or attending in these environments rather than at a meeting held in Pākehā and council chambers, with formalities which can be a barrier for whānau or iwi representatives in participation. Other mechanisms that I touched on in my dissertation was the desire to employ a iwi-based secretariat, which contributes to building the capacity thank you. Iwi-based secretariat, which empowers iwi and hapu on an administrative level, contributing to building the capacity within these processes, allowing for mana whenua to take on more of that responsibility. There also, another mechanism was the creation of the Te Matu o Kaituna website, which increases awareness and accessibility, as it is a beautiful website that is easy to navigate and can lead to communities further understanding what Te Matu is accomplishing and what they are doing within their local environments. So moving on to my last research question, how can you bridge the gap between theoretical policy and practical implementation? One of the main critiques of co-governance is this disconnect between policy creation and implementation. Despite significant time and effort being invested in plans, these documents may not be fully realised in practice due to the gaps in capacity, capability, and funding within co-governance entities and their agency partners. These gaps between policy and outcomes pose a significant challenge to co-governance, potentially diminishing its intent and effectiveness in improving the environment for all. So beginning with the first outcome milestone, the Kaituna River document. This document is a testament to collaborative efforts and shared aspirations of Te Mauru's members, their iwi and agency partners. High trust relationships, collaboration and partnership came together to create a living document that outlines the overarching purpose and parameters of Te Mauru. I have to say that I loved reading this document. It is beautifully written and it beautifully reflects how these elements combine to produce such an impressive piece of work. And what I do want to highlight is the last line, specifically stated in the Tapawika Claim Settlement Act, that the Kaituna River document must not contain rules or methods for achieving this purpose, specifically noting that it must not contain methods for achieving this purpose. So, which I thought was really interesting. So here we have a quote from Dean. We got to that point, the completion of the Kaituna River document, and said, well, hang on, we've created a co-governance document. We need to express how that is done. And that's when we moved to develop a working plan or a management type plan with aspirations. I think this quote from Dean perfectly sums up the sentiment, and we begin to see the transition from river document to action plan, which was regarded throughout the interviews as paramount to Te Mauru's success. So the Te Tinia Tuna Kaituna Action Plan. This plan was regarded as key to bridging the gap between theory and reality. A lack of detail and ambiguity often hinder implementation of policy documents, especially in collaborative approaches, where there is risk of not reaching their potential due to funding and capability disparities. Subsequently, this action plan is regarded as a key factor. And for Te Mauru, they self-funded this highly detailed, comprehensive plan that seeks to bridge this disconnect. The value of this plan is significant and seeks to bridge this gap by detailing stakeholders, specifying timeframes, and outlining key partners, meaning that you can begin to see transformational change within the environment. Through a high level of detail and alignment with council and community aspirations, Te Mauru was able to obtain funding for their priority projects and delegate responsibility and accountability onto agency partners, helping to overcome barriers caused by a lack of funding. So this, apologies for the low quality, but this is just a diagram showing the flow from the Tapawika Claim Settlement Act to Te Mauru o Kaituna, to their working documents, and then to their 3 priority actions and 2 enabling actions, which then fed into 18 projects. The creation of this action plan and its success were also aided by the deliberate incorporation of project alignment, which is attributed to high trust relationships again. On a council level, they assess the work undertaken over the past decade, as well as the proposed and ongoing work outlined in long-term plans, to gauge what councils were interested in and to see if their projects aligned with the objectives set out by Te Mauru. The value of this exercise is apparent, as councils were then more likely to take responsibility for the projects and funding those that are priority for Te Mauru. This is also where relationships between Te Mauru and agency partners come into play to offer technical advice and helping with crafting these projects. It is through the specification of these projects that the responsible stakeholders can be assigned ownership, and then we can start to see a better chance for these outcomes being brought into fruition. Here we can just see some of the outcomes that have been generated as a result of Te Mauru prioritising different projects, which can then be allowed to by councils within their planning and long-term plans. Wetland recreation, habitat enhancement, native planning and drainage upgrades are a handful of the projects outlined in the action plan that have been brought into fruition, with 14 of the projects or sub-projects set out in the action plan having a green status in 2023, meaning that they are either completed or on track to being completed. Here we see this prioritisation and delegation, creating accountability to foster positive environmental changes. Co-governance allows for the empowerment of Māori within decision-making processes to produce intergenerational benefits that enhance the health of our environments for all. Looking at the state of our natural environments, the need for holistic, interconnected and transformational environmental change is prevalent now more so than ever. Te Māori is actively decolonising these co-governance structures in ways that increase effectiveness and allow for this entity to continue to operate at a very high level to create actual change within our environments. Te Māori's structure, leadership and outcomes are all testament to the passion of its members and its agency partners such as councils. It was an immense privilege to base my dissertation research on Te Māori, and I believe that other forums and entities throughout Aotearoa can learn a lot from this co-government structure. For all of those involved within Te Māori, thank you for your work and efforts to get where you are today, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for your entity. I really enjoyed doing my research on Te Māori, and I would like to thank you all so much again for the opportunity to have me speak to you all today. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Akira. I'm sure there'll be questions around the table, so I will open the floor for the councillors. Councillor Lees.
Thank you very much, Akira. Just a question. I note you interviewed Tangata Whenua governors and our Māori councillors as well as Toi Moana staff. Did you consider interviewing the other council governors from the other partners?
Yes, no, definitely. In fact, I found as I was doing this research, I wish that I could have just kept going and kept talking to people. I feel like it was such an involving kaupapa, and I would have loved to talk to as many people as possible. Due to time constraints, I chose to speak to the chair, so Dean Flavel, and then he actually helped guided me on who he thought that I should speak to. So Picky Thomas, also a member, obviously Councillor McDonald, Deputy Chair, and then Alba Conroy, who is working more from the iwi side, as she was quite instrumental in drafting their river document and their action plan, and then Pam DeMonchi, highly regarded throughout all interviews as playing a key role in the success of Te Māori.
Absolutely, I'm not arguing at all with those people. I think they're, would have to be on your list. I think as a member of Te Māori from its inception, I would have perhaps added in a few other success factors, not the least of which was time for Tangata Whenua representatives to become comfortable with a council process. There was quite some time before Te Māori members became very comfortable with one another. And another recommendation I think I would have passed on was developing a really good induction process for everybody, so that right at the start people were comfortable with one another and had developed that strong platform going forward, because I do think that hampered some of our early discussions. Thanks.
I totally support what you're saying, Jane. I guess the time constraint that Akira had. It's just unfortunate really that we didn't take the initiative to bring you on specifically to do some investigatory work for us as to how the co-governance entities are tracking. So thank you. You've actually put us on a pathway, and there's obviously food for thought in what you've just said and what Councillor Nees has just said. It's still work in progress, and it's still finding that level of comfort for everyone around the table. We're still having, I don't want to say issues, challenges around the representation, albeit it is a result of what came out of the treaty settlement. So it's how do we even change what was agreed in the treaty settlement to bring on board, as you mentioned with Whakaue, other hapu that are still absent around that table, and that's been discussed. It was actually discussed at our Te Māori meeting last week. So all of what you're talking about is still work in progress. Councillor McLean.
Oh, tēnā koe, Akira. Miharo tō rangahau. Awesome karawe. Really cool to hear about what you've done there. And you touched on right at the very end, you said other agencies can learn a lot from this. I'm just wondering, has your research been published, and regardless of that, what's your plans now that you've put this together and done the mahi in terms of its value and leverage with other agencies?
Thank you. Yes, so part of this research was done for Strategic Outcome Group 7 with the National Science Challenge. So we're working to pull together an executive summary for distribution. So yeah, I feel like it's good to condense things. No one's reading a full dissertation, but yeah, just pulling out the key points and learnings. And as Councillor McDonald said, everything, yeah, very much so a work in progress. And I think that other co-governance entities, regardless of where they are on their journey, we can all learn from each other and keep evolving within the space.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Akira, for that presentation. It was a pleasure to meet you last week at the LGA conference and share dinner with you on that final night, and some very impressive work that you've done here. And I think the example that you've done your Masters on is a very good example. It speaks for itself. Tremendous outcomes and great success. My particular interest, though, is sort of at a higher level, and you'll be digging into this work with your Masters study and the academic work you're doing. And that is, I just sort of the lens that you started your delivery today with the taking a polarised position between colonisation, sort of different lenses, conflict of cultures, all of that. And I'm just interested in terms of where as a nation we're going with a lot of this, and I think everyone's asking the same question, and no one really knows. But we started with the partnership concept, we've moved into co-governance, and then there's a logical progression into shared co-sovereignty. And are you familiar with the paper that Moana Jackson and Margaret Mutu produced in 2013 out of Auckland University on the alternative sovereignty paper? Because a lot of public policy has been, in recent times, derived from that. Are you familiar with that paper?
I think I touched on it last year. It's not most of my being quite working heavily on my dissertation. It was more so towards environmental governance and kind of that area. But in saying that, I am still finishing my Masters. I've got one more paper, and I'm doing a paper on another research topic on representation of Māori in local government. So I will most definitely be looking at that paper again.
Yes, it's interesting. I just that polarised lens of colonialism, I think I would sort of have some challenge to, because certainly humans collectively have a big impact on the environment, no question of that, and much of it adverse. As you're probably aware, that New Zealand was the last landmass on Earth other than Antarctica settled by Homo sapiens, and it happened in very recent times, and there were no native terrestrial mammals in New Zealand, which makes us very unique ecologically, other than 2 bat species. That's the only mammals that were here. So all human activity has had a huge impact on ecology. A third of our forest was destroyed mostly by burning between 1350 and 1750, actually. 39 species of moa were driven to extinction within 200 years. So all human activity has an adverse impact. It's a question of degree, yes, but we can sort of get in a polarised position of sort of romantic nostalgia about how wonderful pre-colonial times were in New Zealand and how it's all bad sort of post-European settlement. And I don't think the truth is actually quite that polarised.
Thank you for that point. I think, yes, obviously having more humans in the environment will cause, higher levels of degradation. But what I think is important to note is the perspectives and how the differences between a settler colonial perspective perceives the environment as a resource to be extracted upon for economic gain, and it's very, in that settler capitalist paradigm, whereas a Te Ao Māori worldview views the environment as an ancestor, as something living, something to be protected for future generations. So I think,
the mowers.
yep, yes, this is true, but I think that looking at the state of the environment now, that there's work to be done. I mean, we only have one planet. We can't, if we're making money off the environment, we can't spend it when we've, driven the environment into ruin. So I think having a Te Ao Māori perspective at the heart of environmental decisions will help us to have an environment for future generations.
Thank you.
Councillor White, I see your hand up.
Tēnā koe te mokopuno o te arawa waka me Tainui waka, me Scotland book. Hey, look, Akira, thank you for your presentation. Aroha Maya can't be there. It seems that I might have picked up something from the AGM, which was a pleasure to see you there for our AGM for the local government New Zealand, and have a conversation with you about this particular subject matter. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you for taking on this particular journey on co-governance. It's a big ticket item for the current government, and it all comes down to the relationships between people that sadly needs to be embraced within a document, rather than, as people put out, partnerships should be between people and relationships. Unfortunately, we don't have that natural instinct in us to just relate on common ground. So it is a treaty claim matter, and it's settled under the treaty. So as it stands, the co-governance arrangement that you're looking at is a treaty obligation. And whatever happens in that space, that's the reality of it at the moment. I don't think it's a nostalgic dream. I think it's a reality of something we have to deal with. So congratulations on that. What I was going to ask you was probably similarly on the lines of further, I guess, questioning and discussions. As you know, around that table, the iwi involvement represents a collective of ultimately hapu iwi around the table. And I'd be really interested in the course of time about how they think this is progressing beyond just the governor's views. Because sometimes when you go down to the grass level, you'll find a whole disparate range of views, but I'd be interested to understand where the rubber hits the road, the benefits back to those particular communities, what do they see them as being? So that's my first quick point. I just want to see whether you thought about that space at all. Second, lastly, I'll conclude with this comment, that at the AGM for the Government of New Zealand, the presentations from the young elected members was aspiring, and you're part of that generation. And so I really, really have great hopes for the future that your type of leadership and understanding and knowledge and connection to your people will bring forth better productive fruits than we have got now. I just want to relate to your Scottish heritage. They would understand very clearly the relationship with their relationship with the Crown and Māori relations with the Crown. There are some similarities. So on that basis, I'll just get back to my first point around conversations with iwi hapu. Kei a koe.
No, yes, thank you so much, Councillor White. That was definitely talked about within the interviews as a challenge that Te Maru has noticed within itself is increasing awareness of what they're actually doing, and that's where the website came in, was very helpful in kind of increasing education to iwi hapu members of what they want to do and what they hope to accomplish for the kaituna. I know that there were talks of having a symposium, so I think that would be really beneficial in fostering better relationships at that level and at those grassroots levels of what Te Maru wants to accomplish and what they're setting out to do. But my dissertation did not specifically look at that, as was raised by Councillor Nees. If I had had more time, I would have also loved to interview some community members to see how their experiences with Te Maru, but that might just have to be further research at this point.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Iti.
Kia ora mā te moana, o tira ki a koutou katoa. Ehine Akira tēnā koe. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to add briefly that it's really good that yourself, your generation, come to forums like this, present your ideas, receive some pushback, manage your response and your articulation of the kaupapa that you're talking about in these kinds of forums where you will receive pushback on some of your ideas. So I just wanted to congratulate you on that, because it's very challenging coming to a forum of your elders and presenting a kaupapa like this from the perspective that you have. And so I just wanted to congratulate you on that aspect of your mahi as well, and I'm looking forward to your future mahi around local government representation as well. Kia ora, kia ora e hoa.
We have any other questions from councillors? Apparently not. Akina, once again, I want to thank you for your presentation and the wonderful mahi that you are doing. I hope that sometime in the future you will come back to see us and let us know what you're doing in this space. I also want to congratulate you for the submission that you made to the Select Committee on my representation. I did watch that submission, and it was great to see the interest that you brought, being a young presenter, and that they actually they furthered your interview by asking for advice, and I was quite taken with that, and I thought it's a brilliant job that you did. So, thank you, and please come again and let us know what you're doing. But before you go, we've just got a little gift for you. We've got gifts for our presenters this morning. And good luck for your future studies.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Hilda. Moving on with our presentations. Our second presenter, if you've got your notes in front of you, is Kiri Kōwhai Mikaere. Hello, my Kiri Kōwhai. Welcome to Komiti Māori. I'm not going to take your time, your speaking time. I'm going to hand it over to you and let you put it in place. Kia koe.
Kawai, tēnā tātou, tēnei tūhaurangi tukumihi ana ki a koutou. Nāku te waimari, kia taia tinana nei ki te whakatoha kōrero e pāna ki tēnei kaupapa te marararanga. So, just want to mihi to everybody. My name is Kiri Kōwhai. I'm from Tūhaurangi, here today to share, I think, a few statistics and demographics, but I'm also actually going to preface the presentation by sharing a little bit about the topic of Indigenous data sovereignty and Māori data sovereignty, and then some of the action being taken by tribes. So I'm here today, so I'm the chair of Tūhaurangi, but I'm actually here today with a hat on as the lead technician for the Data Iwi Leadership Group under the National Iwi Chairs Forum, and then I also lead a trust called Te Kāhui Raunga, which advances, I guess, the aspirations of iwi Māori in the data and digital space. Got some slides. Ka pai? So I'll start with this topic just to sort of set globally the aspect of data sovereignty. Indigenous data sovereignty is about the rights of a nation to govern the collection, the ownership, and the application of its data. When people talk about data sovereignty, they often say data sovereignty states that the data is subject to the laws of the nation within which it is stored. Indigenous data sovereignty states that data is subject to the laws of the nation from which it is collected, including tribal nations. The relevance of that is that when people talk about storing data in a cloud, primarily that means they're storing it in huge servers. And in New Zealand, the most common clouds that we use, the servers are stored in Australia, Singapore, and America. So our data is not necessarily stored here, but it should still be subject to the laws of our nations if it's taken from us. That's the premise of Indigenous data sovereignty. It is a global movement. 30 years ago, the First Nations Institute of Governance in Canada created what we call the OCAP principles: ownership, control, access, possession. There are Indigenous data sovereignty networks all over the world: America, Australia, New Zealand, Te Manararanga, and then we have the Data Iwi Leaders Group, Te Kāhuiraronga, which sits under the National Iwi Chairs Forum. It really is about tribal groups wanting access and possession of their data for their own use and to design their own development. In Aotearoa, Māori data sovereignty essentially is about the rights of Māori to access, to use, to have governance and control over Māori data. It's about protecting iwi Māori rights of access to data, participation in data integration activities, partnership in the governance and ownership of data. You will probably know in New Zealand, we have one of the leading integrated data infrastructures in the world called the IDI. So the central government created this leading database where they linked up all of the data across government. And through that data, in the previous iteration of this administration, they often use it in the social investment conversation to tell us how many people cost how much money in their lifetime. And so effectively in the IDI sits everybody's data and they can track an individual across their lifetime. They created that data without, I think, under the premise of social license, but effectively without any permissions because it was a pilot when they first set it up. And one of the key issues for us was they set up this database and proceeded to provide access to international researchers before they would provide access to iwi, hapu and whānau. And so one of the things that we wanted in terms of Māori data sovereignty is to have greater governance over the use and the access, particularly to our data. Māori data sovereignty leads to the realisation of iwi, hapu and whānau aspirations. It recognises that Māori data should be subject to Māori governance. It's also a really key mechanism for enabling self-determination and innovation. One of the probably top questions I get is, well, what is Māori data? It's data from us, it's data about us, it's data from the environments that we have connection with. So self-generated, generated by others, generated by self and or others. Relatively and intentionally broad.
Everything.
In Aotearoa, it's pretty close. Why is Māori data sovereignty important? Access and use so we can transform the lives of our people and our place. Governance and control to ensure the data is relevant and responsive. There are 3 different Māori populations that are collected in official statistics in this country. None of them are the same. One is Māori ethnic population, which shows you we are 16% of the population. The other one is the Māori descent population, which shows you we're closer to 20% of the population. And then there is the iwi affiliation population. And then the Ministry of Health has a Māori population that differs from all of those. The Ministry of Education has a Māori population that differs from all of those. And so it's very hard for us to sit at a table and have conversations about the Māori population when we're talking about different populations. And so we need greater governance and control so we can ensure the data is relevant to the decision makers, both you as decision makers and us as tribal decision makers. I'll share a story before I go into the next one. I think nearly 10 years ago, I presented some education statistics at a breakfast of our koeke, our elders in Te Arawa. And I showed the rates of early childhood participation, back then, national standards, all the way through to tertiary attainment in education. And I was able to show, because the Ministry of Education then had started to collect iwi affiliation data. And so I was able to show the breakdowns of Te Arawa by Tūhaurangi, Ngāti Whakauwe, Ngāti Pukiao, all of our different iwi. And at the end of the presentation, one of our elders would be in his 80s then, who had a PhD, got up and he said two things that really resonated with me. One was I had shown, or the data had shown, and it still stands to this day, that Te Arawa wahine are generally more highly educated than Te Arawa tāne. And he said, I'm not sure about that, girl. He said, I've got a PhD, and he went around the room pointing at all of the different kaumatua and saying what degrees they had. But the second thing he said was, we get told all the time how Māori are doing or how badly they are doing, and I have no idea who that is. But when I see those graphs and those tables by Ngāti Pukiao, by Tūhaurangi, by Ngāti Whakauwe, I know exactly who those families are. Those are my grandchildren, and I will do something about it. And so that really probably has been the impetus for a lot of the mahi I do in the tribal data space, trying to make sure that we can provide relevant data for our decision makers to act. So from the theory to the action, here's some of the action that we're taking. Te Kāhuiraronga, the trust that I'm here, I guess, with the pōtai on today, is an independent body established to action and advance the aspirations of iwi aligned with the advocacy of the Data Iwi Leaders Group. Effectively, we're the mahi arm. And so, for those who may not know, the National Iwi Cheers Forum is a forum of 80 plus iwi that come together every quarter. We meet around the country to discuss big collective issues. We organise ourselves into particular domains, po tāhua, economic, po taiao, environmental, po takia huarangi, climate change, po tikanga, cultural and constitutional. Margaret Butu is the chair of po tikanga, and po tangata is social. And po tangata chair is Rāhui Papa and Dame Nader Glavish. The Data Iwi Leaders Group sits under the po tangata arm, and I lead the technicians for that, and then also lead the trust Te Kāhuiraronga, along with our trustees Rāhui Papa, Rikirangi Gage and Liana Potu. We have what we call mana orite relationship agreements. So these are big agreements intentionally with the chief data steward or the government statistician and Statistics New Zealand, and then the other one with the chief digital officer and the Department of Internal Affairs. A mana orite relationship agreement is about equal explanatory power at the decision-making table. It is an additional mechanism, so not a substitute for the broader Māori Crown relationships, but it is an enduring relationship. And with these two mana orite relationship agreements, we have big work programs that we both agree on. And for us at Te Kāhuiraronga, we have four big work streams. We have a data work stream, a digital work stream, a capability building work stream, and then also innovation work stream. And so I thought I'd share a couple of the key projects with you today. One of those will show you some of the data and demographics for our area. Under the data work stream, we created a world-leading Māori data governance model. If you get out your phones and you go over the QR code, that'll take you to the electronic version of this. 3 years in the making, this model was co-designed by 16 deputy CEs from government, 20 Te Ao Māori representatives, with a vision of tuia te korowai o Hene Raronga, data for self-determination. This is about enabling iwi, hapu and Māori organisations and businesses and communities to pursue their own goals for cultural, social, economic and environmental well-being and to address inequities. It has intentionally 5 values written in English. This model was written by us as both a challenge and an aspiration for the government data ecosystem, of which I think you are a part of. The values of nurture data as a taonga, be accountable, decolonise the data ecosystems, use data for good, and put iwi Māori data in iwi Māori hands. There are 8 po, as you can see along the bottom, and they lay out the model or the framework for Māori data governance. We released this model last year in May, the first Indigenous data governance model to be published. The Australians have just released their one in May this year. The Canadians will release one soon. When we released this model, I got invited to speak at the Machine Learning Conference in Hawaii, the International Machine Learning Conference, a community of 10,000. These are the people, we had the creator of ChatGPT. These are the people who are effectively building AI and generative AI across the world. For the last 40 years, they've been holding this conference. This is the first time they had an Indigenous voice on one of their panels. So I sat alongside the Vice President of Apple, of Meta, of Google DeepMind, a representative from MIT, the President of Black in AI, to talk about what are, I think initially the panel was called the potential harm of AI or something along those lines. But the Apple representatives' legal team wouldn't let them sit on the panel if that was the name of the panel. So we had to change it to talk about possible consequences of AI. And they were really worried about the repercussions of us talking about this at this big conference. They had security on the door because they were worried about what people might, how they might react to us talking about the fact that there might be some harms in terms of AI and the work that people were doing. I thought, there were really interesting takeaways for us to take. One was there are some amazing minds creating some amazing things, but they all are of a similar framing. Everybody looked the same, everybody spoke the same. There was very, very little diversity of thought and representation in this community of people effectively programming the future. One of the questions put to the creator of ChatGPT was, what is the greatest hindrance to development? And without blinking an eye, he said humans. Don't program like as if a human would answer it. You have to program for them. And it made us sort of like, I thought the other really interesting thing was when we were asked this panel, why are you doing what you do? What is your why? Most of the panel members struggle to say something other than we want to be first and we want to make the most money. But I could easily articulate our why, the well-being of our people and our place. And so the reason that Microsoft had asked us to come was because they'd read this model. And what they had, I guess, figured out was in the 40 years of them creating machine learning, programming, now the evolution into AI and generative AI, they forgot to embed ethics in what they were building. And it's starting to worry them. What they could see in our model was embedded ethics. What they could see was they were missing the voice of Indigenous peoples. And so this is, yes, our challenge to Aotearoa, but it is also our gift. And I think the gift and the opportunity that Mātauranga Māori brings to this space. Data is not a new space for us. You would have seen I intentionally started my presentation with a wharenui at the beginning. That wharenui is called Rauru, used to reside next to my village at Whakarewarewa in Rotorua, now lives in Germany. But what that whare represents is one of our original data repositories. We have stored data, we have transmitted it through generations, and depending on your skills, you can translate it into insights, into songs, into whakapapa, into kōrero, and ultimately into action. When we talk about data sovereignty, it's just the digitization of a lot of that data. One of the really important areas for us is how we build Māori data capability and capacity. And I've been working in the data space for 25 plus years. I dye my hair. And it's been a lonely space for a long time, but it's getting, I think, a little bit cooler now. But we still need to build and invest in data and digital capacity and capability. As a nation in Aotearoa, we are very immature in our investment in this space. For cost efficiencies, we prefer to store data offshore, which means effectively we invest in other people's economies and other people's workforce of an industry that is only growing. We leveraged off the 2023 census and we built what we call Te Mana Whakatupu, a Māori data capability program. The first part of that was building collections capability. And so we had 3 tribal-led collection areas during the 2023 New Zealand census. We intentionally chose Te Tai Tokero and a collective of iwi there, Te Tai Rāwhiti and a collective of iwi there, and then Te Whānau Wapanui chose themselves, and so they were the 3 tribal-led collection areas. In 2018, as you will probably know, it was the lowest response rate for Māori in the census. And so in 2023, we leaned in to try to figure out how can we get better data so we can make better informed decisions. As an example, Te Whānau Wapanui in 2018, their response rate for their whole area was 62%. And in 2023, they led the collection in their whole area, not just for their people, and the response rate was 92%. And so in each of those tribal-led areas, the response rate was higher than what it had been in 2018, which admittedly was not hard, but it was also higher than the, neighbouring areas, which the collection was led by Statistics New Zealand. Now that collection phase is over, we've pivoted and we have an analytics capability building program pilot where we are rolling out data camps for 9, 10, 11-year-olds, micro-credentials. We have an apprenticeship program. The photo there at the bottom are we call them pūkeko. They are our apprentices. There's 8 of them, and they do 3 months with us, 3 months with one of our government partners in Wellington, and then 3 months with the iwi, fully paid 9-month apprenticeship program. We also have just started an intensive data scientist research cohort for 12 months. The IDI that I referred to, the integrated data infrastructure, we are teaching iwi how to use that for us. We have a data lab in our office in Rotorua. We are the only community organisation, a Māori organisation with direct access into the data lab. Most other, I think there's a few universities, and then most people go to the data labs situated in the Statistics New Zealand offices. We also have scholarships that we have given out and are building digital capacity with some of our marae and young ones. Lastly, and hopefully not too long, is Te Whata. And this is our tribal data visualization platform created by, with, and for iwi. Again, if you scan over the QR code, that will take you directly to the website. This innovation is a tool where we are pulling tribal and privileging tribal statistics, probably because of that story shared by that karawa, over 10 years ago about not being able to see himself or his grandchildren in the data. And so Te Whata primarily has iwi and tribal data. It is about us putting our narratives to our numbers, our stories to our statistics. It provides direct access to tribal groups, where in the past, when we wanted access to our data, an individual tribe would pay between $8,000 and $10,000 just for the raw data, and there was no analysis with it. And so this is the data analysed and visualised and disseminated directly to our tribes. We also provide workshops for them. And then for the first time, the first release of census, which under the Act is usually always just done by the government statistician, we ran a parallel first release of the census data in May, and we released on Te Whata for the first time Māori descent data out of the 2023 census. On the 26th of September this month, we will release all of the tribal data first on Te Whata directly to our tribes. And then Statistics New Zealand will release iwi data a week later. So I think this is what I'm here for today, to talk about some of that release from May, Māori descent population. So you may have seen, you may have not, but 2023, the Māori population, the Māori descent population of Aotearoa was 978,246. So we make up 20% of the population. And again, just to reiterate, Māori descent is slightly different from Māori ethnic population. Most government statistics and data use the ethnicity population. The descent population's primarily collected for electoral boundaries. And then we use it as the base population for iwi affiliation as well. The Māori population has increased by 12.5% between 2018 and 2023. That compares to the New Zealand population growth of 6.3% over the same period. So the Māori population is growing at a faster rate than the New Zealand population. That primarily comes down to this age structure. And this is what we call an age pyramid. And so you'll see the green bars are the Māori population, the blue bars are the New Zealand population. The New Zealand population is aging with a median age of 38 years. The Māori population is a lot younger with a median age of 27 years. And so how that represents itself in an age pyramid is Māori generally have a broader base, they call it, in terms of the pyramid. And the New Zealand population has broader bars in the older age groups to represent the aging and the young population.
Can I clarify, one is the subset of the other, of course. The Māori population is a subset of the total New Zealand population.
It is 20% of the New Zealand population.
Yeah.
And so 1 in 5 of the New Zealand population is Māori.
My point's different. Your right-hand graph is actually also melded with the left-hand.
No, it's not for this, not for the particular age pyramid. So Māori, non-Māori on the age pyramid, but the Māori population is 20% of the New Zealand population.
Yes, but the New Zealand population incorporates the Māori population for the total.
Yes, but in an age pyramid such as this, you take out the Māori population, it is the green bars, and then you have the non-Māori population. So if we round up, on one side, you got the proportions of 1 million, and on the other side, you've got the proportions of the rest of the 4 million. Does that make sense?
That's the point I was trying to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. I think the other really key insight that we were able to produce is of the New Zealand population aged under 25 years, almost 1 in 3 are Māori. And I'll go into that a little bit more in particular for your area. In terms of Māori descent and the geographical distribution, as we know, nearly a quarter of the Māori descent population live in the Auckland region, although Māori make up only 13.8% of the Auckland population, if that makes sense. Waikato, Māori, 14.1% of Māori live in the Waikato region, 11.2% of Māori live in the Bay of Plenty. Interestingly enough, you're starting to see the trend where the proportion of Māori living in the Auckland region is starting to decline. I think people are heading back to the regions slowly. In terms of the Māori population in particular areas, 2 in 5 people in the northern region are Māori, so 40%. In the Bay of Plenty, 1/3 of the population are Māori. In the Gisborne region, over half of the population are Māori. And so what is important to understand in terms of the demographics is the age structure, and then is also how, like what we call the geographical distribution. And so not just looking at what the national trends are, but understanding how that then drops into the regions and the territorial authorities, because it has a different, I guess, prominence in terms of some of the outcomes and the opportunities. I think this is my last slide and the point I wanted to make. Māori in the Bay of Plenty and age distribution. And so that point I talked about in terms of we are a very young population. We are growing at a faster rate than the New Zealand population. We have what they call a built-in momentum to grow. We have a higher fertility rate. We are younger. We have more children. You see that playing out in particular areas. And so I put these here, which I thought might be interesting to you. In the Western Bay of Plenty, the population under 25 years, 37.7% are Māori. In Tauranga City, 34.1% are Māori. In Rotorua, 60.5% are Māori. In Whakatane, 67.6% are Māori. In Kawero, 82% of under 25-year-olds are Māori. In Opotiki, 85% of under 25-year-olds are Māori. So this is important for all of us in our communities to understand the demographic makeup and the trend in terms of what is happening in our populations, for the education opportunities that we provide, for the employment opportunities that we provide, for the housing opportunities that we provide. And I think that's me. In our 3 years of co-design workshops with the Crown, this was a quote that was given by one of the Treasury Deputy Secretaries, actually. Ignorance is an oppressor, data is an emancipator. This is the last QR code from Te Kāhui Raunga. That's our website. You'll see on there some of the things that we do. I've brought today a couple of our thought pieces to gift, maybe, to the staff. Māori data sovereignty and offshoring of Māori data, iwi data needs, and then a hard copy of the Māori data governance model for all of you. So, wena tāku, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
I'm going to open it up to the councillors for questioning. Te Taru, I can see your hand up right in front of me, so I'll start with you, Te Taru.
Tēnā koe, kiri kōwhai. E pai ana ki te whakarongo ki tō kōrero pai kia mātou I tēnei rā. He whai mana. It's a privilege, kiri kōwhai. I know your capability, and I certainly don't smart at the fact that our Te Aroha women are smarter than our Te Aroha men. I have a daughter that would realise that as well, who is very busy in her own space, but she'd say she loves me, and I might be an exception, and I accept that. But hey, congratulations, eh? You know, your comment that ignorance is an oppressor and data is an emancipator is actually very, very fitting. And I just want to say that, you know, this is a presentation that I was grinning from cheek to cheek, because you have the capacity and the intelligence to really answer many of the detailed questions that people will throw at you. And I love that fact that you are so mature in your role, and obviously an international personality when it comes to this sort of conversation. So It's always a pleasure to see you and to work with you and to hear your kōrero. One of the things that was interesting that you made a comment around when you were asked why, and your comment was, it's for our people and the well-being of our people and our culture. And I want to underline that well-being of our people and culture, because I did hear at the local government New Zealand how well-being might be something not on the plan, and said from very, very high levels of government. And so this is very, very fitting that we understand this level of data, and that in fact what it means for our country. And in fact, you're detailing it back to this regional council here, and those statistics you gave would be an eye-opener for all of our people and people around this council table as well, that what we're facing in the future is a huge growth of the younger populations, and particularly Māori in this particular space. So again, this highlights the intelligences that you bring really plays a part in future planning, I believe, and future consideration on how we look at things Māori in the benefit of our people, our culture, and our place, where everybody can enjoy that space. That's not a question, because I don't have a question for you. You're very smart in your role and your stuff. I don't have a question. You filled out all the gaps anyway. But that's all I wanted to say as my comments to you. Aroha mai, I can't be there today in person. I wanted to be, but feeling a bit mawiri today. But that lightened it up. Okay, real health medicine for me, I have to say. Kia ora.
Kia ora te taru.
Ngā mihi te taru. Councillor, we'll do this order. Councillor Lees, Councillor McMillan, Councillor Scott, Councillor Shirley.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. I spent a lot of my career in information management and data management, and I'm very well aware of the value of coming to the of their information. They regard it as intellectual capital. So in the past, I've had experience of where Tūwhenua have not wanted to share their data because it's a way of protecting their culture and protecting much of their heritage. So I didn't hear anything about protection and not sharing of data within your presentation. I just wonder if you've got any comments about that. Is there a willingness to share all your data, or are there some portions of your data that you would not want to share?
I think at the moment it's understanding what is our data and what we do and do not have access to. I think about data in terms of, say, a spectrum, and there's data that's already out there and shared. We're prolific data providers as Māori. We are big social media users, and so that data is pretty much all gone. And then there's data that is sort of in the, I'll call it the ōritetanga space, where actually the Crown takes data from us and asks us to trust them with that data, but then never gives that data back. And then there's data that is just for us. And so what we don't have a lot of in Aotearoa are options around where we store, how we hold, and how we govern all of those different types of data. I think if, as I said, data is not a new space for us. We've had models of how we look after data and information for generations. It's not so much about taking the lens of protection, but we have a process of regulation. And we have regulated data and how we share information over generations. So we don't give all of the whakapapa data to everybody. Certain people have that. And so we have a way of regulating data. And I think that's a different lens that people put on data than what is currently put on around protection and security and fear. So we don't fear data and information, we regulate it. And I think what we're trying to do is bring forward that regulation and the way of that thinking into some of the technological advances.
Tēnā koe, kiri kōwhā, me hi ana ki a koe. Just looking at the very last bit around the stats, the Bay of Plenty stats particularly, and the growing population of Māori under 25 and the ageing population of sort of general Bay of Plenty constituents. Are you able to sort of paint us a very brief picture of if that trend continued for, say, you know, let's say project forward 25 years, what is our Bay of Plenty population looking like in terms of the challenges with this, for want of a better word, Pākehā aging and huge growth in young Māori? Yeah, what might that look like?
I think the way I like to think of it is, what are the opportunities that will bring? And if we invest strategically in the right education, in the right industries, and in the right narrative to make our places a place to want to be, then we set up the right workforce to enable the aging population to retire comfortably and to know that there are people to look after them. I think one of the things we've got to be really mindful of is that the world, you know, countries are aging. I think the new number, people talk about the new pie is 2.1. That's the replacement number in terms of demographics. And when you look around the world, there are countries who do not have 2.1 as the average replacement rate. And so as a country, we need to be mindful that we might be competing for labour in terms of immigration. As a country, rather than thinking we can just look outside of Aotearoa and bring in different immigrants, we should be investing in the people that we have here. And so I think the opportunity is not to be afraid that there's this amazingly beautiful brown population growing, but to embrace that and understand, what do we need to do now? What is the type of environment we need to set? What is the type of narrative we need to protect, so that these young ones grow up in a place that they know is safe, that they know they want to stay there, and that then they will invest themselves, their time and their expertise to make it, and, you know, make it stay the beautiful place that it is. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kiko, for that. I like that, quite an exciting presentation, actually. For this, I came from the DHB, and we're forever saying, you know, what's the data we can use and what we can't. So there's a whole, you know, huge, as you know, it's a huge world that you're dabbling in. What is data? You know, it's information gathered in particular ways and so on. Data sovereignty right down to the personal level. So, you know, there's people worried about privacy and then go on Facebook, you know, that sort of thing. So I'm interested in the granularity that you're working with. So I was interested in what your definition of we was, and I think you said it was tribal decision makers, which was your we that you're interested in
Yes.
narrowing this huge world down to what you're working with. There's, as I say, you know, definitions. The ethnic one, I think, is around the cultural connection, if I've got that right, as opposed to the descent definition, which theory of roughly 20% are Māori by descent in New Zealand, but the same statistic would say 100% of New Zealanders are non-Māori. So that's why it's not as useful as the ethnic one. And of course, iwi affiliation, I suppose, then when you're looking at tribal decision makers, is the one that you're most interested in, perhaps. These are thought questions. I love the OCAP framework because it's, you know, it narrows down to what is it when we're talking about data sovereignty. We've got big data centres, Infratil, Google, I think in Auckland are building huge, so the data can be kept here. But is that beneficiary? Is that beneficial given our geological state in this country? I like the fact that you're investing in young people in joining the technological world. Some would call it the Western world or the global economy. So that's really important because they are our future, as someone sang, Michael Jackson. So all of these things then come down to how do we use it. And it goes back to how we tried to use it in health. And it was not as useful as you might think, because it tended to be more socioeconomic rather than ethnic, although there's a huge interlap between the two. But you ended up getting misallocation of resources, which then comes back to why I find this exciting, is because we can use that data to actually allocate the resources appropriately. Education to the people who want it, not the ones who've already got PhDs or whatever it is. So, huge piece of work that you've got to work with. I can see why you're only sort of 10% through after 25 years. So congratulations on it.
Yeah, probably the you know, if I got equity of investment, I'll be a lot further through. So I'll try and kind of just comment on some of your comments. One of the key things when it comes to data that differentiates our lens, I think, is that, and this really talks to the heart of the Privacy Act and other things, is people often come with the mind frame that data is just about an individual. And so the different mindset for us, for the we, is that it is also about the collective. And under Te Tiriti, the collectives have rights over the data, particularly if you can identify the collectives. And so there is a little bit of a mind shift that needs to happen around Māori data and how it's nuanced. And I think that comes to some of your point around the utility and the usefulness of data is we have at the moment a lot of data scientists going into granular levels of data, IDI, other health data sets. They don't understand the nuance of the context in which they are operating when it comes to data. I had an example last week where some top data scientists in Wellington came up with a completely wrong count of iwi population because they don't know the difference between Te Arawa and Te Rarawa. And like, I think that's pretty simple, but there's a nuance with our data that if you don't understand, then actually you can do data harm. Around your points, ethnicity, the definition, cultural affiliation. On one day, every 5 years, people decide what their cultural affiliation is. Descent, ancestry, biology is the definition. And if we chose how we define ourselves, then it's not by if you say you're a Māori, it's by your whakapapa and your blood. And so I think to dismiss that descent is not as useful is really comes down to says who. I think, you know, one of the key things for me when I talk about the difference between ethnicity and descent, ethnicity is state determination of identity. Descent is self-determination of identity. We should get to define who we are. Nobody else tells us what our identity is. And that's why the tribal affiliation is so important to us. Because as a chair of a tribe, my mandate is over the people who identify and whakapapa to me. And so I need to be able to see them. I need to know who they are, where they are. It's pretty much the number one question from all of those 80 chairs sitting around the forum every quarter. Who are my people? Where are my people? How are they? And when people hold up what they determine to be Māori, and that was, you know, the story that I shared, often our decision makers and leaders go, I don't know who that is. Don't ask me to spend my money on stuff. I don't know who that is. To your point, Microsoft, AWS are coming under our minority tier with DIA. We have particular clauses written into the master agreements around the obligations to Te Tiriti partners. But to your question, is that the future? No, data centers are not the future. I had the Institute for the Future down in my office a couple of months ago, and, you know, been operating since 1968 from Palo Alto, Silicon Valley. They run these particular workshops. They cost a lot of money. They come to Aotearoa. I offered them a cultural tourism experience in Rotorua, and in exchange asked for a workshop. But I also asked them what did they see was the next 30 years in the digital and data space, having obviously been immersed in it. And they said data centers are not the future. Distributed networks. Primarily, so if you look at Chile a couple of years ago, they revoked Google's consent on their data center, primarily because data centers consume a lot of power and they take a lot of water. And Chile couldn't afford the water. They said, we need to drink that. We can't have you using it to call the data centre. And so they revoked Google's data centre consent, and so they've had to pull out. And I think you'll start to see that happen around the world, you know, in alignment with how do we, to the previous presenters, kōrero, kaitiakitanga is about a relationship of reciprocity with te taiao. And so how do we store our data, as we have for many generations, with our environment, not necessarily on it, which is what we're doing at the moment with these big data centres. In terms of the use of health data, te whata, if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to look at the Hauora Hub. We used that during the pandemic to load up daily vaccination rates of COVID for all of our people across the whole country. We were able to lock it down for particular access to our iwi social providers, and they use that data right down to a mesh block level every single day to understand where they had to roll out their vaccination strategies. We were also able to pull together data to show our people sometimes it's not just about the fact they haven't had a vaccination, sometimes it's about the fact that they need a trusted representative. And so we pulled other data to be able to contextualise the environment, to keep our Hauora whānau safe, and ultimately to keep our communities safe. So I think you're right, you can drown in data. It's pretty easy to, you've got to know what your questions are, and then you've got to understand the nuance and the context of the environment. And so one of the key things for us with respect to iwi Māori data and iwi Māori hands is nobody knows our context better than us, and that's how you get the greatest value out of data. You know the context.
Thank you. Councillor Waldo, I can see your hand up.
Thank you. Excuse me. Look, fantastic presentation. Data is a fascinating thing. It's a passion of mine. But have you considered that the Maori population in 2023, as per the census, being 15.8%, is only just ahead of the Asian ethnicity figure of 15. Maori was 15.8 and the Asian one is 15.3, and so that is the ethnicity that has grown the most in this country, and it's both a mixture of migration and birth rates of them here. So that's the first question. My second one is, when we think about data sovereignty and the value that we get out of good data, and the fact that if groups want to receive government funding or local government funding, we need to base it on really good data. And so there's a conflict between data sovereignty and data collection requirements for New Zealand Inc. The census requires everybody to participate. I know they don't all participate, but it is actually a legal requirement. And how do you marry data sovereignty with the requirement of government to ensure that we do have robust data collection? And then my last comment is with regards to, I was interested in your comment regarding data centers are not the future, and you used the example of water, and just to be sure, my understanding of the data is that of the water that comes through from our mountains, through our rivers to the sea, we use just 2% of that water. 98% of it actually flows to the sea in total. So water, this is a very fortunate country, New Zealand, in that we have a very good water supply. Can you comment on those three issues, please?
Yes, of course. So firstly, the Māori ethnicity is 16.7, not 15.8. And I think, as I said, the descent population is higher, 19.6, close to 20%. When you look at the Asian population, One that's quite a broad ethnicity category, so it includes a number of different ethnicities, not just say Chinese. It's actually Indian. It's a plethora of different ethnicities that they wouldn't normally all put together themselves. And you're right, that's a growing proportion of our population, has been for a number of years, still primarily in the older age group, so still primarily migration, but starting to have younger population, and so therefore, I guess, is growing in terms of their fertility. Still don't have as high a fertility rates as Māori and Pacifica, I will say. But not to say, I think, probably they will be a very dominant part of the main city centres. So at this stage, the Asian population is not as dominant in the regions as I showed you the Māori population is, particularly in the Bay of Plenty. To your point around the conflict of sovereignty versus the New Zealand robust data, at the end of the day, trust is the currency of data. And I think for a long time, the government has assumed it has trust from our communities. And what we saw during the pandemic is they can no longer make that assumption. What we saw during the 2018 census is they can no longer make that assumption. And so for a country to be able to collect robust data, it must have a trusted data ecosystem. Not a data empire, but a data ecosystem. And that was, what you saw, the benefits of the tribal-led collection is actually in their rohe, tribes have huge trust from their communities because of how they've looked after everybody and how they do look after everybody whenever we have a weather crisis, when we had the pandemic crisis. And so we need to look at, and we are looking at as a country, the transformation of the system. I sit on the Future Census Board, I sit on the Transformation Board for the social sector data ecosystem in Aotearoa. We can no longer go forward trying to collect with the same methodology that we have because it's too costly, $350 million to run a census, and you still can't get 100% response rate. It won't be how they run a census going forward. They will look to run hybrid administrative data collections. And what that will mean is at a community level, there will be a community voice and a nuance that will be missed. And so we have to invest in the capability in our communities to be able to collect all of the story in a trusted manner. I think one of the key things that people forget is that Māori are massive taxpayers in this country. And so the investment that we're asking for is not necessarily a handout, but probably a handback. Te Arawa pay over $300 million in tax, wages and salaries every single year. That's a conservative amount. That's not any of our commercial arms. That's not any of our trusts. We take $91 million in benefits, but we over contribute into a system that we know what the stats show for us. And so there is a need to do things differently. There is a need to build a better trusted data ecosystem in Aotearoa. There are very few countries conducting census the way that we have. They can't afford to, and it's not very successful. And so I agree, we do need robust data, but we need robust data that sees everybody and doesn't continue to miss huge parts of our population. The data centres, the water, we haven't had a lot of big data centres here in Aotearoa. Amazon are just coming, Microsoft are coming. Amazon's build has been halted for a little bit. And so I think we will experience what that means around the big burden on our environments. But if the global leaders are saying data centres are not the future, so I think there's an opportunity for us to get ahead of the game and think about more distributed networks.
Thank you for that response. Of course, trust is a two-way thing. And as we need confidence in the system, that it is a trusted system. So does central government in its data collection. And I think there's enough questions around the 2023 census that actually puts that trust issue to the fore. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just acknowledging that I don't think as a country we've quite got it right yet. Thank you.
I agree.
I'll make this the last question because we're running out of time, so I'll
I've got a number of questions.
be quickly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I've always found demographics and fascinating, and you're quite right, information is power, so there's been a lot of work there. The Maori descent population, 20%, I'm surprised it's that low actually, because every generation it obviously gets more. Just as all sub-Saharan or non-sub-Saharan Homo sapiens have 2% Neanderthal genes. It just gets more and more. So with your figures on, fecundity and fertility rates are fascinating. On that point, I had one specific question. I was very surprised with your figure that the Māori population of Auckland was proportionally declining.
Very, very slightly. So I mean, it used to be 27% of Māori lived there,
Yeah,
and
but
now it's more distributed.
well, and you concluded from that it could well be because of returning to the regions and provinces, I use that old word. But in fact, the absolute number isn't declining. It's actually the growth of the Indian Chinese population. So proportionately, it is static. Absolutely, it is increasing.
So the proportion I showed you of Māori in Auckland, 13.8%. So as a proportion, they're relatively low in Auckland, but as a proportion of the Māori population, 24.25 live in Auckland. It used to be slightly higher than that 5 years ago, slightly higher than that 5 years. So I guess what I'm inferring is that the distribution, the geographical distribution of Māori where we live is changing slightly.
And of course, that's just a slight reversal of what happened in the 60s with a massive urbanisation of Māori particularly, and the consequences of that. The other one I found interesting is 85% in a Potiki Māori, with, I think it was a youth population.
Under 25.
Under 25, 82% in Kaurau, and all of our region was significantly high. I don't like seeing sort of roles split on basis of ethnicity, but on that trend, you'd have to conclude there's no justification for separate Maori wards. In fact, if you did accept separation on ethnicity, you'd have to start saying we've got to start thinking about minority non-Maori wards.
You're making a play for some different wards, is that what I
Well,
mean?
no, not at all. That's why I reject separate wards on ethnicity, but that's the trend, isn't it?
I think what the population is and what the voting population is don't always roll in correlation. And so I think it is something to think about in terms of future representation, what that future voter base is. A big sort of test for us as Māori is to make sure we get our people out to exercise that voice and that vote, to show that proportionality. I think the Māori ward discussion is a little bit different from some of the population discussion, but I don't know, maybe there's a conversation to have in the future about other wards. Hopefully they don't have prejudicial legislation put on them like we've had with our Māori wards over other wards.
But the other wards aren't based on ethnicity, that's the difference.
No, they're just based on where you live, right?
Yes, geography, yeah.
So to your question though around the Māori descent population, to be clear, that census night, March 2023 in New Zealand. So it doesn't include Māori living in Australia or around the world. So I think you're right, we probably well over 1 million by now, if you take into consideration that, diaspora population.
Thank you, Kenny Kovai. Well, you can see from the responses you had the importance and the value of your presentation this morning. Also been whispering to Katarina all the way through of, where we need to improve in our game as well. Especially, being Māori, and the value of listening to you, to Komiti Māori. We can already see some inroads where we could be, using data to support some of the arguments that we have to put to council. And I guess I want to reiterate your kōrero at the end of your presentation, that ignorance is an oppressor and data is an emancipator, which is almost like a segue, as was the previous presentation, of what we want to achieve in our reports at the end of our meeting. So, I hope councillors have listened with open ears, and that our reports at the end of our presentations will track well. So thank you. Again, like the previous presenter, we would love to have you back again. No reira, ngā mihi. Before you go, Katarina has something for you. All right, councillors, we're going to take a break. We did say 15 minutes, but we are a wee bit behind, so let's make it 10 minutes. So we'll have a 10-minute coffee break.
Hey, Chris, how you going, mate? Hey, mate.
Can someone tell us what is happening?
Don't think they can hear you, Andrew.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Have you got COVID?
Yeah, I have.
I know
Hey.
you got a COVID voice.
Yeah, no, it's just I tested this morning and it's just a light double line.
So
Yeah.
obviously a lot of sharing went on at local government conference.
No, that I blame Tataru.
Yeah, I blame Andrew. No, I think that's where we got it, Andrew. I think
Yeah,
we got it
yeah.
from there.
I thought it was just a croaky throat, but it looks like it's more than that.
Yeah. As if I didn't need enough, I had a bit of bronchitis and I was getting over that and I got this bloody COVID. So, gee.
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou everybody, welcome back. We're going to go straight into our agenda and welcome our next presenters. Welcome gentlemen. I'm not going to take up any of your time. I'm going to hand the floor to you. Councillors are aware of who you are through our chair's report, so I'm going to hand directly over to you and let you present to us. Kia ora.
Kapai. Thank you. Can we just let Sharon catch up, please? Can you go back, Sharon, to the start of the paper? Onto this. I can't say kia ora mo tātou. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Ngā mea mo te kauni hera, mo tau koutou nei wātea kia mātou I haramai nei ki te whakatako e tahi o ngā kōrero keiro ki a tātou mo te wā kāinga ne. He mihi atu tuatahi ki a tauranga moana, tuatahi, ki a koe ma te moana, tō whānau, mihi atu ki a koutou mo tō koutou nei wātea, no te mea, no koutou ke te whenua nei, ka mihi atu ki a koutou. Kuri no ki a koutou, ngā mema o te kauni hera, ka mihi atu ki a koutou, ki a koe Doug. Thank you for the opportunity to come along and speak to you. Lastly, I mihi to my good friend, Te Taru White. Taru, nice to see you. So sad to hear about your loss recently. Thank you for being here. Nō reira, kia ora no tātou. Can I start by saying who I am? My name is Chris Karamea, Inslee, no te whānau Wapanui. If you look out that window, and if it's a nice fine day, that's where I'm from. On the other side of that day over there, and the eastern side of this Bay of Plenty. Yeah. Now, this is about the fourth time in 10 years that I've come to speak to this committee about what we are doing over on that side of the Bay of Plenty. Yeah. And I make the point. Some of the people around the table have changed. The faces around the table, and there's some new ones. Ken, you and I don't know each other. But we certainly know each other through some of the work that we've been involved in forestry, and some of the work that you did on climate change, which leads me to one point. Last time I came here, there was a gentleman sitting here, and his name was Bill Clark. And Bill and I were having quite a robust debate last time I was here, because I was talking to Bill about some of the work that we've been doing in terms of climate change, in terms of forestry, in terms of the price of carbon and NZUs. Bill didn't believe me. Bill was pushing back at me, because at that time, I, on behalf of my people, was rallying for the last 10 or 15 years against government policy around climate change and forestry, and what it could and should be doing. I make the point, Bill was wrong. We pushed back last year with Te Taru and forestry owners from around the country, and we took a case against the then Minister of Climate Change, James Shaw, and we won. And we got James Shaw to do a complete about turn on some of the prejudicial policy that he was championing through that was basically going to legislate away our Māori rights, my rights as an owner of our land, in terms of what we could and couldn't do with our land. That was terrible. That was foreshore and seabed all over again. James Shaw was going to do that. We said, no, you're not going to do that. We're not going to stand around and let you do that. Well, he's gone, thank God. He's gone. He was a good friend of mine, I have to say, but I didn't agree with some of his ideology. And so he's gone. So I'm just kind of making this connecting point from, we've been having these discussions with you guys for a long time, this regional council. You are hugely important to us and the things that we want to do on the other side of the coast there. I want to make a couple of linking points to the discussion you've just had from Kiri Kōwhai. Yeah? Kiri Kōwhai, I'm not going to reinvent her presentation, but she laid out statistically what's going on in terms of Māori population in New Zealand and in the Bay of Plenty and in our iwi. Her key point, undeniably, no matter how you think about slicing and dicing the data, is the Māori population is growing and the Māori population is younger. Slice and dice it any way you like, but that's a statistical fact. The second part of that discussion that Kitty didn't talk about, if you look at what's going on with the economic development of Māori, we have an $80 billion Māori economy. Slice and dice that the way you like, but that's a fact, statistical fact. Here's the more important point. Like the population growth, the demographics is growing rapidly. Māori economic development is growing fast. Compound annual growth, New Zealand economy, someone tell me what it is. You all know, you're all smart. Tell me what's the compound annual growth of the New Zealand economy, because it's the same as the Western world.
Negative from the last time.
Well, I wasn't going to be that harsh, but he just said it's been negative. Yes, so probably has. Ken, you'll know the answer to this, and a number of others around this table will know it too. It's about 3%. Yeah, that's kind of Western world, 3 or 4%. Well, the Māori economy is growing at about 20. And I'd love for somebody to try and challenge me on that, because I sat on a board in the Eastern Bay of Plenty over here in Kawerau, geothermal assets. We were printing money. We were achieving a 20% compound annual growth rate year on year. And I can roll out a whole lot of other examples of that statistical fact. So Kiri Kōwhai's point, the population is younger, it's growing. Our economy is not as big, but it's growing faster than the New Zealand economy. You can't walk away from those facts. One other point, ma'am, I don't know you, but I want to sort of chip in on the question that you asked Kiri Kōwhai. You asked about data sharing and Māori view on data sharing. With Te Taru, he and I led a process for the last 2 to 3 years, getting the Māori interests represented into the biggest free trade agreements in New Zealand with UK and Europe. We were donkey deep in writing those free trade agreements, Ken, right to the very, very sharp end. And pick this out because I know you've been involved in that stuff too. Well, we were directly involved getting the text from Vangelis Vitalis, negotiating those things. The sticking point on the EU free trade agreement was intellectual property, which is your question, Councillor Jane. So part of that work, we commissioned the most sophisticated piece of work ever done in New Zealand on intellectual property and Māori interests, done by eminent economists in the world. And it's available, it's down here in Wellington, shaping the way we think about intellectual property. My view, Jane, on this, we're open to sharing data as long as it's subject to the right kind of rules. Now, we have a very, very clear view what those rules should be. And fundamentally, that we own and control the use of that data and, importantly, commercializing that data. So that's just building on Kiri Kōwhai's. Well, let me just dive into now. I'm going to go to this next slide. I'm going to walk back and show you where I grew up. There, ponder this. This is a photo of where I grew up. This is a photo of where I grew up. So if we had a clear day, you'll see it out over that side of the bay. It's a little place called Umaya. This photo was taken, nobody can really tell me, but I reckon it's somewhere in the 1930s or so. This Where I grew up, hopefully you can see this pointer. Oh, it's not that good. I grew up there. That's our homestead, that place there. And this was our farm here, in here. So we had a dairy farm there. So here's the back of the cigarette packet analysis economics, yeah? Over to the other side of that bay, that's where all my family live. I estimated that we had 20 of those farms in that little catchment there, 20 of them. We each milked 100 cows. So this is simple maths. 100 times 20. We had a 2,000 herd dairy farm in there. The economics of that, so when you start to multiply up the economics of that, we had 2,000 cows. And in today's dollars, per hectare, it's about 200 hectares there. In today's dollars, about $4,500 return per hectare, yeah? Do the numbers, multiply it up. From that little piece of land there, remember what I said, my cousin told me your numbers are conservative. It's not 20, it was more like 30. So just keep that in mind, my numbers are conservative. That amounted to, in that little catchment there, per year, about $2 million of cash flow, net profit, was coming into that little community there, yeah? And so, and it's conservative because that was just from dairy farming. We were also producing meat that we exported. We were also producing wool. So those numbers, again, are highly conservative. So if you add on top of the dairy numbers, these numbers start to add up. Now, that little community just there, that's a snapshot of the wider, my tribal area, Whānau Wāpana. So if you multiply those numbers in terms of that $2 million per year, just from dairy farming, probably per year, conservatively, what was coming into our community back then was somewhere in the vicinity of $20 to $14 million net profit per year. Yeah? Net profit per year. As a consequence, we had full employment in there. We had no crime in that community. We had no drug and alcohol abuse. We had no domestic violence because everybody was working. Quite simple stuff, yeah? So those basic facts, because if you roll down there, some of you had the privilege of coming down to our place just recently, and you saw what you saw. Basically what you saw, it's pohara, yeah? It's poor, because those statistics have completely reversed today. We have high crime, we have and drug abuse, we have domestic violence, and all of the worst part of those statistics that you can ever imagine. That's what's down there now. Don't get confused when you saw some maize growing on our best producing land down there, because it is statistical fact too. It is pohara, meaning, it's the worst of the worst. So the question is, what the hell happened? And I'm going to sort of open that up before I sort of walk you through what I know what happened. Why do you think in a generation or two, it went from absolute employment, wealth creating, vibrant community to what we see today? What happened? Anyone want to pose a view? You all know it, but it's incremental, it happens through time. How can that happen so dramatically? Because this is where the solution to fixing this lies. Nobody wants to ponder a view.
Unemployment.
Sorry?
Unemployment.
Unemployment?
Yeah.
Yes, unemployment was a consequence of the things that happened. But what actually happened?
Technology changing.
Now we're getting there. Technology. Yeah, one of the points. Ted, I'm going to look at you because I know your international connections. You all know the answer to this.
We would say globalisation.
Globalisation.
Now we're getting there. That's part of it. It's part of it. But let me ask you this question. When we were producing all that dairy milk and all that cheese and butter and things that we all produced, and that wool and that meat, where was it going? No, it wasn't. Back in the 1960s and so it wasn't. Yes.
80.
Yes. So you guys know this stuff. That's where it was going. So what happened to the UK? The EU happened to the EU, where New Zealand pivoted away. UK pivoted away to the EU. They sourced all their product, and it took the whole of maybe 20 years for this thing to unwind. Yeah? So communities like ours, we were a consequence of this stuff. So you can kind of see, I'm sure, where this is going. So what happened? We have all those bad things there. So I've already talked about that. Here's what happened. This is one of the reasons why all the development happened in the first place. E Tipuere, Tāpira Ngata, was one of our, Ngāti leaders, Māori leaders, and he led down in Wellington government policy development around building infrastructure and investing heavily in all the land development. He created 18,000 jobs on our land, and he invested in ports, roads, and a whole lot of other technology. Government, central government, led, created that. All that infrastructure, the roads, the ports, the cooperative processing factories that we all were benefactors of. This region was a benefactor of. He introduced, for some of those that I know there's one or two of you in here that got a dairy interest, leading technologies back there, like the milk separator. Yeah. And all the produce was traded into the UK. That was one of the reasons why when I grew up, I always had a clear understanding as a young child on our farms, there were businesses and we were trading internationally through those trading agreements. Next slide. But herein lies, in my view, the solution, leading back to what, in my view, the regional council role is in all of this. We now have, as I've said, Tony and I, we were donkey deep in creating those new market openings through Vangelis and Platalis, talk to Vangelis all the time about every opportunity that now arises out of those free trade agreements. And we have Shane Jones out there now, $1.4 billion in his regional infrastructure fund. I'll get to where we're at with that. But critically importantly, unlike all of the other consultants that are pouring all over this stuff, I own our land, me and my family. We own those assets. Nobody else owns those assets. We own the balance sheets of those organizations. I'm accountable to my people. Rurangas have no authority over our land, nor do Hapu. You've been down there talking to all of them. They might purport to actually have a say over those, but they don't. I do, because I've been appointed by my people at an AGM, and I'm held to account under all the governing legislation for Māori and corporations grow wealth. I make those decisions for my land. Nobody else makes those decisions. Me and my board on behalf of our shareholders, and we go back to our boards every year and we report back to them and tell them what's going on, and we get their approval to keep going. We promoted a new strategy for all of our lands, Māori and corporations, 10,000 hectares I'm the chair of, and told them what our plans are. And they said, come over with it. Meaning, wow, that's pretty cool. Get on with it. So I'm getting to the point where the solution to the problem lies if we look back in our past. Well, what happened back then? We're now mobilizing ourselves. So I brought this young man along with me. He's one of the technical guys that working on, he's an engineer with WSP. So he's alongside us with all of the technical people, the commercial people, leading institutes like Plant and Food. We've just signed a partnership agreement with Forest Research in Rotorua. We're going to sign more of those partnership agreements, bringing the best technical minds from New Zealand and around the world to our table. That's happening right now. Those kinds of discussions are happening right now. And here's some of the things that we're kind of talking about. So high value, Doug, you made the point. Absolutely, that's our focus. Not wasting time on anything else. High value based on those FTAs. Thousands of new jobs. We've done the numbers on all of this. We've done extensive numbers over the last 2 or 3 years. And happy to have that debated with anyone. We're talking about with, some of you might have seen the Kingfish thing up at Bream Bay with NIWA. So we're talking with NIWA right now to bring one of those things, and we got the land, stick it on our land, land-based kingfish, land-based palmware, snapper, seaweed. Those are just some of the things that are going through our system right now. This fellow's working with us on that, all of our technical teams, and we're channeling those through into Shane Jones Fund right now. This thing is a bit slow. Anyway, here's a little bit of a catch up on some of the things we've got underway right now. I'll pick up this lady at the front of the room here. She's been absolutely awesome helping us. It's Katarina. Two things. We have 10 engineers running around on our land right now, trying to solve the sediment and nutrient runoff problem from our land. Those 10 engineers are working with us right now, and Grant is leading that piece of work. He tells me that we'll know the reasons for that problem and the impacts in our moana, and then start to make some rational decisions on how we deal with those problems. I shared with Doug right now, talking with the head of biggest forestry company in New Zealand right now, but forestry on our land said, we're going to change the way we do forestry on our land. That's a discussion that's live right now with Māori Life. I've talked about the science stuff. We made a submission too. Thank you, Taru, for helping us make a submission on the Quayside Holdings decision to sell down its interest in Port of Tauranga. This is what we said. Get on with it and do it. Release that money back. And sure, you know, they've got their view. They want to put it into stocks and bonds and all those kinds of things and generate that kind of revenue. And we said, come on, get on with it, do it. But do something else too. Carve off $200 million for direct investment in the Bay of Plenty with us as Māori. That was our submission. Whether they listen to us or not, it's up to them. But we've made that submission formally. We submitted it to the government in strong support of fast track legislation. Now I'm sort of getting down to you guys, the role that you guys have to play. We're strong supporter of fast track legislation, and we said that to the select committee. We've submitted to the government select committees on free trade agreements. Here's another cool thing that we're doing right now, listening to young Kenny Korwhai talk about data. So we've got a project underway right now, and Katarina, on behalf of Regional Council, has helped by making available to us the person or persons in Regional Council that are doing all of the LiDAR work across to actually, everybody knows what LiDAR is, yes? Smart technology. Yep. So that project is underway right now, working with LiDAR people from you guys, from DOC, from a whole group of stakeholders in the Bay of Plenty. We're working with them. And here's what we want to do with that technology. So you know that technology, you use satellites and you scan the room thing. Ken, you'll know this from your forestry days. Scan it all and you'll develop a stock take, yeah, of what you got on your land. So we've said we got 10,000 hectares. We're not really sure what's growing on that 10,000 hectares. So we want to use AI-enabled LiDAR to actually go and do a stock take of everything that we've got on our land so that we can start to make some informed choices around what we're going to do with all of that stock on our land. Forestry, ecology, everything. That work is underway right now. We've also got, because I chair them, 2 active takutai moana claims out here. Those things are going through the process right now. A lot of debate in the news, in the media right now about all of that. Notwithstanding that, we're involved in that too. I think I'm just about 2 slides away from finish. Here's my key point. If anybody disputes the kind of logic that I kind of work for, you know, look back at the past, it worked. This was the up and another days, it worked. We had incredible wealth. And I'm just giving you a snapshot of what was going on in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. That would have been magnified across the country. We had no crime. We had no drugs. We had no PD. I grew up and lived through that. So I'm happy to debate that with everybody. It was it sounds like utopia, it probably was. And the only language that was spoken in our community, our reo, was strong. You know, so this is how these connections, like economics is connected to environmental sustainability, to culture. It's all interconnected. I'm absolutely clear about that. And where we're superior to the Western model, because I got trained, I went away to Harvard Law School, Business School, and learned about economics and finance. I understand the Western way of thinking about finance and measuring internal rates of return and NPV. But it's a outdated model today, just thinking about the economics alone. And there's still proponents out there and everybody uses, oh, but the experts in the IRR is going to be this and the NPV is going to be this. And I see some smiles around the table. You're getting these things blasted at you all the time. Well, we know that. We know those numbers, but we also know those other factors that we integrate in the way we make our decisions. Because I get held to account. If I went along to my founder and I started talking about IRRs and NPVs, they'd tell me to bugger off. They would. One of the aunties would stand up and say, yeah, what's that going to do for our people? They'll look at it and what they're really talking about is how many jobs is that going to create for my mokos? Not my kids, my mokos. So we understand the Western capitalist model intimately, inside out and backwards, but it's an outdated model. So here's, I think, my last slide, and happy to take any questions. We're talking to everyone right now in terms of the work that we're doing to pitch our projects through to Mr. Jones and Chris Bishop and others. We've got a team of people that we're working through right now with Kanoa, Ministry of Primary Industries, everyone, and your baby brother over the hill at Okotie District Council. So here's a letter from David Moore, who's basically said to us, we're absolutely supportive of everything you guys are doing. Let me know if there's anything we can do to help. I know they're your baby brother. They don't have any money, and so they're always coming to you guys and give their hand out and all the rest of it. My point is they are still, if you like, a regulator. And we're talking with David and his team right now. So my pitch to you guys is to remind ourselves where we came from, you know, what the potential is, and it's massive. We have all of the best experts that are sitting around the table with us. This is not just me and Grant and one or two others. Putting all of these projects together, we're going to be pitching into that thing. And Quayside Holdings is hugely important. And that was really the reason we made a submission to Quayside Holdings saying to them, get on with it. Sell down your shares in Quayside Holdings and invest that money, but reinvest that money back directly into our communities. We have that same commitment from Alistair Rhodes at Bay Trust, who is absolutely sitting alongside us as well as our other investors. So I just say to you all, to Doug, you and your team, you know, this is about the fourth time I've come along to this meeting. You're probably getting sick of me coming along to these meetings, Doug. But I will keep coming because my founder keep insisting that we're out there doing something. So I encourage you guys to think boldly, and I know that's hard. Governments don't think boldly. Hugely risk averse. Think bold and back us. That's my comment to us here. Happy to answer any questions. Kia ora tātou. Happy to debate anything.
Kia ora, Chris. Councillor, opening up, Councillor Lees.
Yes, thank you very much. Very exciting presentation. I'm going to ask a question that I've been pondering for a long time, but I've been too afraid to ask it. So today I'm going to ask it.
You ask it.
And that is, we have a lot of submissions from tangata whenua who say we lack the capability and capacity and we need your money. So I listen to you and I think here is a group that has the capability and capacity. And we hear so much about the size of the Māori economy and how fast it's growing. So why is Māori not investing back into their people so that we don't have all of these groups coming and falling over themselves and asking, we need your money because we haven't got the capacity or the capability. And yet we hear all the time about the size of the Māori economy. So I don't have the answer. It's probably a very unfair question. I apologise for that. But it's something I've been thinking about for a long time and I just don't understand why.
Thank you for the question, and it's not an uncomfortable question. It's fine. We're not looking for charity at all. We're looking for just a fair go to be able to put our projects up. We're happy to put our projects up along any other project or bring all of our technical horsepower and expertise and have it. That's all we're asking for, is that our projects are given fair consideration along with anyone else who puts up their projects. Will we invest in our projects? Of course we will. I got the, Doug, I got the Whakatohea, they're raising money at the moment, trying to raise money, another $30 million. So I asked Peter Matasevich, said to him, give me a look at your business case. He sent it to me. I ran the ruler over and I said, man, I wouldn't go near any of this. Why? Because I have shareholders that demand from me a return on investment that we're currently getting for their money of 10 to 12%. Yeah, 10 to 12% right now. I'm not going to take their money out of these investments and put it into something that and I had it independently validated, that putting our money into that thing there, we'd be lucky to get 5% if we're lucky in 20 years. I ask you, would you put your money into that? And you probably are. So are we interested in putting our money in? I put that proposal, councillor, to my shareholders at the AGM last year. And I said, I think we should have a look at aquaculture. And our shareholders said, Papa, get on with it. So we are looking at it, but we're not looking for charity. We're looking for, because governments do two things as far as I'm concerned in this space. And the money one is not the most important. It's the other one that really stuffs everything up. It kills everything. The RMA consenting process. If we've got to be stuck in a room spending millions of dollars on expensive lawyers and fighting RMA cases, and we get stuck there for 10 to 20 years, forget the economics for everyone. Governments have a hugely important role in terms of navigating that consenting space. It is chronic. And that's the message that I gave to that subcommittee down in Wellington. So it's not just about money. Yeah, government, frankly, I think some of the government money is unhelpful. It's not unhelpful because it comes tagged with a whole lot of conditions, and they somehow, they seem to think, well, these Maoris are kind of different, so we'll tag it with all of these other conditions. We just want a fair playing, an even playing field. We'll put up our projects, we'll put up all of our people, we'll put up all of our own money.
Tonight, can we come in? I think you make some very good points. As you know, you've been on a long journey. Knowing some of your shareholders, the pretty vocal ones too in Whangaroa, some of the returns you're getting out of the entity, especially in terms of the carbon credit acknowledgements, are pretty impressive. A couple of questions. Where are you up to? Because I know you've been on for a long time about the irrigation system in a mile.
Yep.
And secondly, the previous discussion I had with you, the entity I was referring to was Tamata Oha. Have you heard of them? No? Well, you probably need to connect with them. Because
only if they're worth connecting, Doug. If they're kicking tires, I'm not going to waste my time. If they're worth talking to, yes, I'm happy to talk to them.
Give you some context.
Okay. So on the first point, one of the projects that we're putting up to Shane Jones is a water project, and it's got nothing to do with rivers because that invokes just a whole different debate, as you know. So it's a water storage project like what has happened up Northland. We've got the land. I'm the chairman of the land and saying, here, now invest with us on a water storage project. And actually it's a water storage solar farm on our own land where I'm the chair. So we're not going to go wasting time like happened last time and squabbling with people that really have no authority to make those calls. So we've learned from that, we've moved on. Water storage is still a big one of our projects.
Right.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm interested because this morning we got an email that came through about all the failures from Shane Jones's investments and the danger of picking winners with other people's money and all that sort of stuff. Where I see a big opportunity, I'll be interested in your comment, is there's the projects and then there's the externalities of those projects, right? So more trucks on roads,
yes,
waterfront.
Yes.
So that's probably where I'd see the biggest benefit that the regional council could start thinking about is what are the externalities of these projects? And a key side, if they do their own investment criteria for the actual investment per se. What's your comments on that?
Councillor Scott, that's a great question. So the first thing about Shane Jones and all the failures, I know that, and I think he knows that. In that last project, he copped a lot of flack for that. So I'm hoping that he's learned a few lessons and he's got a much more robust process to consider, because I don't think that we were considered fairly in that last process. We got nothing. That land that I showed you up there, that could have been in some high value development, but it had to navigate through all of the malaise of bureaucracy and stuff. and it never delivered nothing for us. So I'm hoping that Mr. Jones has learned a few lessons along the way, and he's got the right kind of technical people around him, and I see a few smirks on some faces around him. But I've told him that. I've told him that, so hopefully he's got a better process this time round. The second part of your question was, remind me please. Oh, sorry.
Associated infrastructure.
Oh, yes, great question. Hugely important. So if I make that comment, so you guys, I'm assuming you've driven along Highway 35. In some places it's only a one-lane road, and you know what's going on there. So most of that damage on that road has been created by the last 30 years of logging trucks. Now, if you know your way, you might know this, Ken, given that you're here and your forestry background. The age class distribution of all those forests along the coast there now, they're in the final stages of logging. So we're probably got a 20 or 30 year hiatus from heavy industrial road users on that road. But I think that hiatus, I think it gives us time to be planning ahead. I link back to the point that Papirana Mata did. What did he invest in that enabled a lot of the stuff? Infrastructure, roads, ports, all of that stuff. So I'd be strongly, if you guys came down tomorrow and you said, I found them, this is a challenge back to you. I found them in $500 million in our new Quayside Holdings thing here. We're going to build a port somewhere along there. I'd be the first one to come and say to you, come and talk to us, Doug. You know, seriously, we would. Infrastructure is your point, Councillor Scott. So you're asking about externalities. Infrastructure, look at the lessons from Papirana Ngata. It enabled vast development. Surely we've learned from that.
Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Chris.
Mr. Hughes always reminds me about the work that you did in the early stages internationally, Ken.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yes. We did not get it.
Yes.
There's a lot. Thank you. I was privileged to go on the trip with some of my colleagues up to Te Whanau Apanui. Cool. And it was really interesting, really enlightening. And I was very heartened with what I saw there. The Kiwi Gold, the sort of sector stuff, the irrigation scheme. Really great. So two questions though. One is about the quayside, but the other one is a sort of a broader question. You know, you outlined sort of the drug dependency, criminal activity, lack of education achievement, and it's not just your road here, it's an urban New Zealand, it's a dilemma. While we're wealthier than we were back in those halcyon days when we had the third highest GDP in the world of all nations in the early 50s, we're not now, almost at the bottom of the OECD, but we're collectively wealthier, but socially we're not. You know, the rotten society has to worry us all. And I'm just not sure that necessary big investment. Employment is critical, but with employment goes, you know, making sure you don't have dependency. The two are related, and you have to match that. Which leads me into the question, and it's puzzling me deeply, and that's for the huge investment that Whakatauia got with the agricultural development there. The Crown put in a lot of money, the Regional Council put in a lot of money, and it was all about creating jobs, your very point. Because you had one of the highest dependency rates in the country there, one of the most highest unemployment areas, and some of those bad statistics and drug dependency, lack of education, all of that was highly represented in that area. And yet, when I met with the people who were developing there and managing the project, and I said, what's your biggest problem? That's always a good question to ask. And he says, employment. We can't get people to work. And after all that investment, creating jobs with this massive unemployment, massive dependency, bringing in Filipino labourers to provide the labour. So what went wrong with that? And I bounce this off. People say, oh, our people don't want to open muscles. Well, you know, we've all done factory jobs in our time. Damn hard, horrible jobs. I've done plenty of them. And then it's a stepping stone. Once you get plugged into work, there's other opportunities arise. You know, you've got to start somewhere. So, you know, one Komiti, we want our young people to be lawyers and accountants, not muscle owners. But you've got to start, you know, a job. If you're unemployed, the first step is to have a job, and then that creates opportunities, it creates all of those things. So what went wrong in that region? Why is that massive investment that's already occurred? Why can't we not get labour? Why are we bringing Filipinos to work in the agriculture industry?
Awesome question. Awesome question. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask because it wasn't my decision to invest in those infrastructure things there. But if I was on your guys' committee making the commitments on behalf of your shareholders to invest there, I would have been thinking about what's the order of these investments that we need to make. We need to invest in those people first, spend, however, the same amount that's been spent on concrete in growing people first, and then do those other things later. Some whiz kid said, no, we'll build concrete first and we'll think about the people thing later. Now, let me say, I absolutely defend my people, and that I'm the chairman of our trust. You look at, and Tony, I know is the same, all of us as Māori in this room, we're the biggest investors in scholarships for our people ever. We're constantly, because I have to actually sign off those things for my balance sheet, we're giving scholarships out to our people. And we've been doing this, and you saw the product of that process here earlier on with young Kiri Kōwhai. She would have been supported by her people like we've supported many, many others of her to do all of these things. Yeah, we don't just want thousands of Kiri Kōwhais or thousands of lawyers and thousands of accountants and things. We need those people on the sharp end here. And as part of our work, in terms of our investment work that we're doing right now, we've done a comprehensive workforce development strategy as part. We know what we need to do. So workforce development is key. RMA consenting is key before you get to concrete stuff. So I put it straight back at, whoever made those decisions, why isn't it happening? I think, well, why did you invest in concrete? If you knew you were going to run into workforce problems. Now there are lots of concrete and no people. Then you've got Filipinos running around. Nobody wants Filipinos working on our land. We don't. But we're kind of forced into it.
I think you're right. You've got to do the two together. My other question is more specific to regard to the quayside and what your real request is here. And I'll just give you my perspective of the numbers. I'm not as well versed as others of my colleagues in this, but it's public knowledge we own 54.1% of the port.
Yep.
And we get a dividend of 40 million from Quayside, and 80% of Quayside's investment is in the port. And need to diversify because that's not strategically smart to have all your cookies in one jar, as it were. Totally. But see, that's 40 million for the benefit a year for the whole region to benefit. So, and into the future. So we don't want to consume the nest eggs, and you agree with your Harvard training, you've got to keep the food tier together and generate as much wealth from the food tier so you can add more to distribute. So you don't erode the basic food tier. Totally agree. But even by divestment, if we can create more than the 40 million, in other words, get a better return, get up to 50, 60, perhaps even say 100.
Yes.
That's for the whole region.
Yes.
And you sort of are saying you wanted $200 million up front. So because your case is not, it's serious, but there's the whole of the region, you can put the same case to us.
Yeah, well, okay, absolutely. So again, you apply the Western capitalist way of thinking to that. That's $40 million per year, every year. So if you looked at that at a compound rate, so you're talking about, that's a massive number available if you were to discount that back to today. So, so it's not really just $40 million because you're not going to look at repaying $40 million in a single year. It'll be spread out over a number of years. So take a long-term view and then go through a ranked process. All I'm asking for today is a fair go that we're able to put our stuff up alongside anyone else and we'll take our chances. We'll take our chances. I'm not naive enough to think that $200 million, Ken, that was off the back. It's not just a number I've dreamed up. Off the back of our assets, what we would really need in terms of CapEx to achieve that over all of those different projects. If we were to, what I'm really driven by is making a start. That photo that I put up there is not good enough. You know, that's almost 100 years, and yet you could go and take that same photo, where you might see a bit of kiwi fruit and little bits and pieces there. My incorporation, we jointly own a kiwi fruit farm. So we've already been doing that. But universally, across the whānau Wāwanui, what are we doing with our high value land? We're growing low value maize on it. So my point is, get started, you know, pick the right things. If we could find one thing that that we could agree on, that it's ticked and ticks all the boxes. I know you've got to go back to your shareholders and defend your numbers. All we're saying is we want to be part of that discussion, and we'll put our stuff up against anyone.
But the key point is you're not proposing eroding the nest egg that generates.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's just dumb.
Yeah. Right.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing
We
that.
agree on that. Yeah,
Oh, we really agree. We agree on a lot of things.
we do.
Thank you.
So, can I just make my last point, please, Madam Chair? You know, we've come along, you know, this is probably the fourth time I've been here. The people that have been here around your table like you, Doug, you've heard me saying the same thing back there, you know, and we'll continue to be saying the same things, except I think that from the last time, we've actually done a lot more of our own homework to get together all of the numbers and understand all of the different factors and bring it along. I'm hoping that the council will look favourably in just talking to us and making and keeping an open mind that we're there and we're interested. We want to be part of the Bay Plenty Regional Council to be part of our discussion. I think you're essential, and it ain't just about the money. It is about, you know, influencing regulation and influencing RMA consenting. Those are probably equally important, if not more important. So I just leave it at that. Maybe one thing is that if the regional council, because these things tend to, what happens is everyone will get sort of warm and fuzzies about today. Oh, that was good, we heard this, we heard that, and then nothing happens. Yeah, and we'll be back in 4 years' time saying the same thing. So my challenge to you fellas is, what are you gonna do? We've told you what we're doing. That's my challenge that I want to leave with you fellas. What are you gonna do? And Doug, if you've got some people that you think are worth talking to, I'm all ears. Just refer them to me. But as I say, I don't want to be talking to people that are kicking tires. We'll waste our time. Thank you, everyone.
Kia ora, Chris. Always very provocative, your presentations to us, and I'm sure it's.
Can I make a
we will
comment,
be
Madam
having
Chair?
further discussion. To Taru, I do see your hand up. I am going to make you the last councillor with a question.
Okay,
Te
well, it's more about just putting some more relevancy into the questions that have been asked, and I want to acknowledge, Chris, we did quite a bit of work in the trade space with UK and the EU, and I would argue it manifested itself in some real benefits. In the context of what Chris was saying around the key side and my support for the submission is really about encouraging him to submit. It's as simple as that. And I just want to allay any thoughts that the council might have that I helped write the submission. I did not. It's theirs. When Chris mentioned about what he was saying about key side, he's talking regional benefit. And Chris, I would suggest that the starting point is relationships first. And obviously that's going to happen. You'll have a conversation with key side and go from there. On the matter of what you raised, Jane, and what you raised as well, Ken, around, you know, the problems we're having now getting employment, and Jane, your one around, if we're making so much money, why aren't we helping our own? It comes back down to the history, Jane and Ken, around the real punishment that's happened to Māori since the signing of the treaty. When you go from 100% ownership of the land to 5%, then you actually squash into a space where you've got to make the most of that. And when you get treaty settlements happening, and I was in the lead edge of the consultation, I ran the fiscal envelope when it first came out. The reality is that the expectation of that money was a fragment of what Māori believed they were owed. And therefore they could take that money, but not necessarily have to palm it straight away into investing into their people, but to grow that asset. They felt it was the responsibility of the government under Article 3 of the treaty to be more equitable in how they considered that disparately with the iwi and Māori that happened over that 100+ years. So it was a settlement of that. So the expectation, and I hear this commonly made, around why aren't you taking your money and putting into that? Well, because the money is hard won is only a fraction of the loss of the land that they got. And that memory is an iwi. The medicine for this, may I say, is intergenerational. It'll be several generations before we are actually in a space where we can argue, like Chris was arguing, with some strength, that we can actually take our own destiny Because around the world, you have to look at Indigenous populations. They've suffered from being overly dependent. We don't want that dependency. We want what we call mana motuhake, be able to determine ourselves from our own assets. So that's my short answer to that. In the context of the trade space and Ken, why this high unemployment and everything else, and why they're not wanting jobs. Well, in the early 70s, I remind us that the UK stopped trading with us, went from 33% to 3%, bang. Then we had Rogernomics in the 80s, and in that time space, look what happened, corporatization, bang. Went the jobs in Murupara, Kaingaroa, now they're devastated. And we got all these gang populations, which is intergenerational. So we have to come out of that. It's not going to happen overnight in the snap of a finger. It's a healing process over the next couple of generations at least. But Māori will play their part, as Chris is saying. Now, I want to acknowledge Chris. You'll see that Chris is very, very a hard driver in the spaces that he's in. And it's through that hard driving that we managed to make the tractions in the trade space for Māori and for the rest of the country. Removal of a lot of the tariffs. That didn't come easy. And it wasn't the Fonterra of this world that did that. In fact, they complained. It was the conversations we had directly with the trade commissioners of overseas of the UK and EU that brought about that, including Indigenous provisions within the trade agreements, including the EU with 27 countries that had their own mana motuhake issues with 27 countries. They allowed us in after some debate that we set some precedences elsewhere that we wanted them to carry through as well. So look, I just wanted to say that, Madam Chair, because I wanted to give some context. And if I'm conflicted in my position and past alliances with Chris, and those alliances are still there, by the way, because I like the way it goes, I just wanted to put it out there on the table and to just give you some context above what Chris has given you to the space that we as Māori find ourselves in, and answer to my colleagues' questions as well around this table. Kia ora.
Madam Chair, can I just say, Te Tau is not conflicted in any way. I was alerted to the Port of Tauranga sell down by Alistair Rhodes. It was Alistair Rhodes that put that up onto my radar, and I just said to him, okay, fine, we're going to submit.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Te Taru. Oh, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Te Taru. Thank you, Chris. We'll come to our final presentation for today. So I'd like to welcome the staff from Toi Kairoa and our staff member, Dean Howie. Kia koutou.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Just really my pleasure to introduce Kerry-Ann Hancock, Deputy Chair of the Toi Kairoa Trust, and Jay Tiema, who's the Operation Manager at Toi Kairoa. Today's presentation is just the culmination of the funding agreement through Long-Term Plan 2021 to 2031. Councillors may remember that amount of funding was provided to Toi Kairoa to increase Māori capability and capacity, and Kerry-Ann and Jay will speak to that today. Thank you.
Tēnā koe tēnā tēnā koutou katoa, e lohana ki tēnei te epu nui rawa atu, ki ngā māngai, ki ngā kanohi, e lohana ki tēnei te epu mō koutou hapori, tēnā koutou, o te rā ki ngā kanohi mene ana, ki rungi te whakaata, ki rungi i te pakitara rā ki a koe, e te taru tēnā koe, o te rā ki a koe laio, rawa ki te a kōrua. Ai ko Kerry-Ann Hancock tēnei ko te teo mana tuarua ki te tarati o Toi Kairoa ki tēnei taha oku ko Jay Tiema tēnei te te o ngā ringa raupā mo te tarati. Ka tika e mihi ana hoki ki ngā tāngata Māori taura ki te kaunihira, ngā ringa raupā, ngā kaiwhakahaere e mihi ana kia koutou hoki. E hoa mā ngā tāngata, ngā kanohi, ngā māngai o te kaunihira, he horore ki te noho ki mui a koutou I tēnei rā. Thanks everybody, just did my mihis there to say thank you so much for including us in your agenda today. It's been a massive agenda, and how fascinating to listen to all the kōrero today. So thank you so much for making the time for us. Today we're here to talk to you about some of the beautiful magic that we created as Tui Kairoa over the course of our arrangement together between 2021 through to 2024. So there is a presentation that will be showed. We're going to take our fulsome report as read, and I just also want to note that we were providing updates on all these deliverables over the course of our arrangement. So today is the highlights reel. It's the highlights reel on the investment, the things that we delivered under the course of our arrangement, but also the things that are less tangible to quantify. We're going to speak a little bit about those as well. So at that note, it would be great if our presentation could come up. Also, I'd like to thank Tauranga for putting on this most amazing weather today for us. My hair wasn't this frizzy when I arrived earlier. Okay, to play tēnā, let's distract you with this awesome presentation that James put together for us. Actually, on that note, just want to make the comment that we do have an apologies from our chair, Te Horipo Kareitiarana, and Awhina Ngātuiri who wish they could be here, but it's all good. We've got Plan B and Plan C here today to talk to this presentation. So today, the outcomes report that we're going to talk about covers 4 key areas. The investment that we made together in our relationship over Pakihi ora, whenua ora, tangata ora, and then together how that works together for improving the wellness and the Māori ora of our people. Oh. That's what happens when you get too flash with the presentations, Nera whānau. Oreti. So yeah, I've talked about those 4 different kaupapa that we're going to talk about today. The nature of our relationship and our agreement together over the last 4 years, as Dean has already outlined, did cover those 4 areas. The first one I'm going to talk about is Pakihi ora, or Māori business development. As part of this particular PO, the objective was to support the acceleration of Māori business networks and strategic scoping on social procurement. That was the deliverable outlined in our contract. What that actually looked like over the course of our arrangement was that we had 11 business development wānanga and events that were attended by almost 250 of our whānau Māori and over 140 businesses. We also engaged in the Kākano Collective, which is the Pakihi Māori Business Leaders Collective, which is essentially a conglomeration of some of those views from our Pakihi Māori community. There was also an MOU that we were able to secure through our advocacy, which enabled 5% commitment of Tauranga City Council capital works programs for Māori business. One thing I want to talk about here is this concept of wānanga. One of those things that you would have seen is, oh yeah, no, it's another workshop. And one of the things that I think is really important in this current environment is actually understanding that the beauty and the magic of wānanga, and how when you get a bunch of amazing Māori who are all in the same waka, have the building of capability and capacity within their sites, there's a whole lot of magic that happens that isn't necessarily always recorded. It's about creating a safe place for them to connect, to find opportunities for them to work together, to support each other. And a model that you might or may not be familiar with, which is tuakana teina, those who are more progressed in their journey as Māori business owners, supporting those who are in the earlier stages. Some of the impact and insights that we identified is there was a lot of trends and needs that our Pakihi identified around just the basics really, marketing, financial management, and we were able to identify how we can support each other in our own whānau in that space. Many of you sitting at this table have run SMEs or are familiar, and you know, when you're a small business, it can be really hard to step outside of the day-to-day grind to focus on collective opportunity and how do we support each other and find better ways to do things. So one of the impacts that we found of bringing those particular Pakihi together was the magic that happens when you get like-minded people together. We were able to advocate for identify a phased procurement approach, so understanding that it doesn't need to be like 100% all at once, and sometimes things need to be phased in over time. It was quite interesting, one of our insights around the commitment, that 5% commitment that we were able to advocate for with and have an MOU with Tauranga City Council over, how that could essentially impact and inject huge amounts of pūtea, 43.2 mil into the Māori economy, or 174 mil in the BOP economy as per our analysis. But I think it's important to note in that too, is that whether you separate out the Māori economy or not, it's actually all our economy. The next phase, we talk about some of our insights and the work that we did in the whenua order space. So at the time that this particular relationship that we had with regional council was developed, it was obviously in the earlier stages of us understanding what was happening with COVID. At that time, that government was creating a whole lot of opportunities, and there was a lot of movement in what could have resulted in significant changes, or just some change in movement for abilities to unlock some of the potential sitting in whenua Māori. I think within the regional council, within our regional boundaries, one of our findings was about 40% of our whenua within the rohe is actually whenua Māori. And so the piece of work that we did, which is only a small piece of work of our overall contract worth about 50K, was to understand what that actually looked like, do an environmental scan, have a look at, work with those rōpū that we have relationships with, whenua Māori, and also do similar reviews and look at what else had already been produced for our rohe to understand how do we unlock some of those opportunities or overcome some of those barriers. Oh, this is putting you fellas to sleep a little bit, eh? I'll try and spice it up a bit with my little Kiwi. One of the biggest insights that we garnered from this particular piece of work is just a really good understanding of the barriers. The reality is that the legislative environment, there's governance challenges and there's compliance and a whole lot of different barriers that do make it difficult for those of us who are in leadership roles and within whenua Māori to unlock potential. But it's not all barriers. One of the things that we were able to identify through this report is what sort of tools or mechanisms would be helpful in us as a system understanding how we can unlock some of those opportunities within whenua Māori. And some of those things Chris has graced us with today. This isn't new stuff. This is what we were able to surface with insights that were specific to the Bay of Plenty, but ultimately none of these issues that we raised and those solutions are new. And I know there was a piece of work that Te Taru and I were involved in, and must have been pre-COVID, which on a personal note looked at what a Māori land service design might look like. This is a conversation that's been happening in Te Ao Māori for some time. So it was really beautiful to be able to pull lots of that work together and actually have a look at what that looked like, I guess, for our rohe. Again, these reports have been provided to you guys for your own reading pleasure. And we're going to go on to our next po now, which is the cool one. They're all cool, but this one is really cool. And I think hearing all the beautiful kōrero today, the fact that we're a youthful population, the really pertinent pātai from council and niece around, if the Māori population, the Māori economy is so big, then why aren't we investing in our own capability and capacity? And the answer is, to be frank, we are. We 100% are. And there's different pockets that happening and magic happening in different parts of the rohe. With a previous hat on, I used to work for a beautiful ahu whenua trust called Rotuiti 15 that invested heavily in getting our people to work and getting them all the support they need to be successful. The point you made, Councillor, around create these opportunities, how do you get people to work? I've lived that. As a GM of this large trust, I would go and pick up my nephews and I would take them to work because that's what we do as Māori in the space. We go hard and we go above and we go beyond. But it is a long journey, and it's something that as a system we all need to invest in. But like I promised, this is the cool stuff. This is exactly where Toi Karewa has been been working, how are we building capability and capacity within our people. So on that note, and probably because you're getting sick of my voice, I'm going to hand over to the wonderful Jay over here to talk to you about that.
Hi, kia ora koutou. As Kieran mentioned, tangata ora has been a significant focal point for Toikarawa. Heavily invested in the space of building people capability, especially that of our young people. 44% of Māori in the Bay of Plenty are youth, a youthful population. And we've been engaging heavily with those from as young as the primary age right up to tertiary and age brackets across various kaupapa. Some of the key ones I want to speak to on this in terms of what Pūtea helped support was the delivery of our one of our flagship programs, Hiko Te Rawa Awaha, which is currently in its fourth year. That has been involved engaging with 24 regional schools in Kura and facilitating connection with over 30 STEAM providers via events, workshops, and wānanga, as mentioned, and innovation plans. So when I'm talking about STEAM, it's one of those buzzwords that tends to get thrown around more commonly with STEM. We're pretty intentional with the inclusion of the A, which is a reference to arts alongside science, tech, engineering, maths, and mātauranga Māori. And all of those are very intentional inclusions because quite commonly young Māori have a bit of a disassociation with those. They don't recognise us as being intrinsically connected to areas of sciences, that our people were innovators, that we didn't get here by accident, that we, commanded our own technologies, that art's not just in the production of, creative works, but also in the way that we approach problems and create creative solutions to a lot of the issues that we're seeing in our communities are heavily precedented on these. So before we can even talk about all these, career opportunities and all these sorts of options, it's a lot of that has been about reframing what that actually is and the important role that our young people have to play in that. And unfortunately, that hasn't been very easy to do. Our people in general, typically in the Bay, are typically overrepresented in low-skilled entry-level roles. And as much as we encourage our young people to see it, to be able to participate in these spaces, that on the flip side, a lot of our leaders are, proving their way and paving the way globally in a lot of these sorts of sectors. There's still a lot of difficulties being able to envision themselves being able to walk those pathways themselves, especially in low socioeconomic areas and rural communities that we're finding as well. So a lot of that engagement has been working with Kaiako, Tauira and their whānau to try and understand what are the barriers and the challenges that they're typically experiencing in those sorts of places, and alongside whatever aspirations they might be seeking to pursue in those sorts of areas. Some of the things that we've seen from and seen and heard from Kaiako across the board is they're typically under-resourced and overworked and struggling just to get the young people through the curriculum as is, let alone being able to introduce different things like around the sciences and the engineering, even though recognising with young Māori, for instance, there's a significant need to have them engaging more tactile and kinesthetic learning, as opposed to just sitting behind the screen, which is becoming more and more prevalent in the education environments, while also acknowledging that tech is an inevitability and growing part of our everyday, and still wanting to make those sorts of things relevant and accessible, especially in some of those rural areas where even connectivity is a huge issue. A lot of our schools are connected to N4L networks and things which have varying levels of Wi-Fi connectivity and the rest of it, which impact that sort of access. There's still a lot to be sort of understood about how to sort of bridge that gap and make some of those sorts of things more available. For Tauira themselves, a lot of interest, but a lack of exposure and awareness of what these opportunities even are. Some of our research has shown that in the last 18 years or so, young people are still gravitating towards the same 15 to 20 odd jobs, which hasn't changed too much. Things like personal trainer, and nurse, and doctor, and lawyer, and a few trades positions and things. But when we're talking about the future of work, and anywhere as much as 70% of jobs may be significantly different, if not obsolete, in the next 10 years because of the growth of technology and automation and changing business practices and things. There's still a lot of work to be done to even be able to present what those sorts of opportunities are without creating an overwhelm of what those opportunities might look like either. How do you get them excited essentially about all this sort of stuff without freaking them out? And from whānau, I guess a bit of a mixture of fear and intimidation about what these sorts, of opportunities might look like for their tamariki. A bit of disconnect between in terms of how their kids are engaging with things like technology in the school and in the home environment, and trying to make sense of it all basically. And even for some, especially out in the regions where they might have had negative experiences with the education system themselves, there's a bit of unwillingness to come and engage on Kura grounds to be able to discuss a little bit more what that looks like, an active role that they can play to be able to support their kids into those spaces. So that's what's led to the development of these innovation plans. We've created 18 of these plans over that time to be able to capture all those insights and be able to formulate that to sort of identify what are the key sort of patterns that we're seeing and what might be the responses. And that's where the important role that our STEAM providers have played in that. Those who offer things like resources, devices, programs, professional development for teachers to help bridge that learning and knowledge gap. And with the inclusion of those in industry to be able to act as role models, to be able to say, hey, this is what it looks like. Yeah, you can be brown and succeed as well. And this is how I did it, for instance. But there's still a lot of work to be done in that. We've been very,
Wasn't that intentional?
But we've also benefited greatly from a lot of those who have volunteered their time as well to be able to share their journeys and outline what this looks like, both on the regional, national, and the global front. I've had the privilege to be able to speak at some global tech conferences in the last year and a half, particularly in North America and Europe, to understand this a lot, understand what our role might be to play in the space a lot more, specifically in the areas of open source cloud. And a lot of that conversation has come around today in terms of what cloud technology and the role that has to play in our country with things like data sovereignty, but also what those pathways look like. So part of that Mahi in partnership with a local tech company has been to create a Māori mentorship program in alongside those offered by Google and Linux. But what my time in that space sort of, I guess, presented was that it's one thing to just open the door to some of these opportunities for our young people. It's another to be able to support them to step through and be able to navigate that space with confidence. And it's also something that's come out from our learnings running our Toki Tour internship program. We're 22, it's now in its fourth year as well. We have 22 interns across varying spaces of the primary industries last year. Just because they can occupy these spaces and have roles and things to do does not necessarily mean that those spaces are culturally conducive and safe for them to be able to thrive either. So it's all the more sort of magnified, for instance, if we're talking about creating a pathway for our people to operate in the global tech sort of space, how can we do that in a way that gives them all the tools and total to be able to do that successfully? And so we've been able to support the strategic arm of that to build contributor growth, and even from the entry level space with the kids that have been to run these conferences, engaging with communities, how they could introduce them to entry-level open source skills, and why the open source is such a important part of that as well, as been alluded to throughout the day, is that the prevalence of things like the Google and Apple and Microsoft ecosystems, which are typically have a monopoly in our education systems, also sort of limit some of the learning opportunities that our young people have access to in those sorts of spaces as well. And in line with that, a lot of the focus around transparency and collaboration, the actual makeup of open source, also presents different ways of learning and be able to collaborate more openly to help with those pathways too. With the contribution to the STEAM development strategies, a lot of that has been trying to understand what are the barriers even for the providers to get into Kura. So a lot of them are bridging really key gaps And that learning, as mentioned before, teachers don't necessarily have the time, knowledge, or capacity to be able to help provide that learning for the kids. But as we're seeing with a lot of the changes that's been happening at a government level where funding has been going, that's put even more pressure on all those providers who have a long track record of being able to deliver their programs and things successfully, who are being cut off. And I know of at least 4 in the last 2 months whose doors have closed, if not on the cusp of it at the moment, through lack of funding, through lack of awareness, and having trouble even being able to navigate with schools who to talk to so they can help to make some of their deliveries available. So it's been really important for us to be able to get in there and understand what that looks like and how it feeds into what the future of work and career development might look like. So as said, there's been a really strong lack of knowledge, confidence, capacity, and which has pointed to a really strong need for community-driven solutions, as opposed to saying, hey, this is where the industry is going at the moment. Heaps of jobs opening up in horticulture or construction, for instance. Let's get our kids along there. No disrespect to any of those sorts of spaces. Most of my working career has been in labour-driven roles and everything, but when we're talking about career progression to where the future of work is going, a lot of these sorts of sectors have a real gap in terms of being able to highlight this is what it looks like. This is the sorts of learning and development support that you need to be able to get into it and navigate it successfully. We're still talking about jobs and getting kids into long-term sustainable employment, which typically translates to sticking there as long as possible. But some of the programs and resources that might be available will provide some aspect of pastoral care if funding and capacity allows it, then all the best for the future. We're not teaching our kids to be able to navigate these sorts of spaces entrepreneurially, to develop the transferable skills that's needed to do that. Studies are showing that our young people might have as many as 18 jobs across 5 different industries throughout their working lives, and maybe transitioning between different career paths as much as every 2 to 7 years nowadays, which is becoming increased normality. What is happening in the education space to be able to build that mindset for them? So part of that, as an extension of Hihi Core, has been a more emphasised version on the overlap with our vocational workforce stream to have if Hihi Core's the focus has been to build awareness and access to a lot of the STEAM learning and education. The vocational part has been about how can we support them to, again, transition into some of these spaces. And that's a lot more around employability development. So where some of our workshops initially was around just gaining insights, now it's more about how can we build a professional mindset, how can we continue to engage more whānau to bring them along on what the career journey looks like, and re-envisioning career development as a whole. So even on a national front, a lot of the frameworks and everything that are still being developed, I understand that TEC has had a refresh of the National Career System Strategy, but still a lot of those sorts of ideas, even though there was some Māori consultation, that's sort of drawn heavily from foreign frameworks like Gatsby benchmarks and the like. So we're working alongside other providers and specialists across the motu to be able to re-envision what career development could look like with a Te Ao Māori lens, and also a particular emphasis on youth-led innovation to determine that as well. So we've recently kicked off Te Rangapu Aroturiki, which is our Māori advisory group, which in addition to just youth having a voice, having an active role to play in terms of what these initiatives and kaupapa should look like. One of them, for instance, is our annual Māori Youth Leadership Summit that's coming up in October. There'll be a real heavy part to play in co-designing and delivering that and capturing the youth voice, because what we're also sort of learning and finding from our young people is that as much as these opportunities might be exciting and attractive to them, there's also a significant amount of fear around that. We talked a couple of things today around areas such as AI. Talking to one of our Rōpū recently, they're more concerned about that space and how it's affecting their whānau and their futures more than they are getting amped up about it. They're worried they're going to be replaced. They're worried about their jobs going to be replaced. They're already seeing the health effects and impacts on their whānau. And when I asked them, is that, you guys are pretty onto it, seem to have your finger on the pulse, is it just your guys' sentiment, or do you think that's pretty widespread? They said, no, go to Mani Kōrero, we're talking about the same sort of stuff. So our kids are paying attention more than we're giving them enough time and attention of our own to be able to understand what that, how perceptive they are, things around stereotypes, areas like tech. It's indicative when, we only have 4.8% Māori representation in these sorts of spaces, 27% females. And these spaces, 2.8% Pacifica, and yet we're all getting grouped into the same DEI representation in emerging STEAM industries. So there's a lot, again, it's not just about presenting what sort of things out there and presenting, the economic stuff and even the earning potential of all these sorts of things. It's how do we build the identity and the confidence in our young people that they actually have a place of belonging to be able to reshape what that looks like. And as I said, I've been fortunate to be able to see it overseas, and I can see the space, I can see the gaps that Māori have to play in that, but we're not there yet. And so on that note, quickly, I just want to thank you for your support to be able to get to this point, to be able to understand that and hear it from our communities directly, and give us a bit more of an idea about what that can look like going forward.
I told you that stuff will be cool. That's the cool stuff. A great corridor. Thanks, Jay. I think this last slide here is just really talking about what does the future look like for us, but for the system and for us as a region. And Jay's already talked about that a bit in his corridor. The need for increased investment in targeted STEM initiatives for rangatahi Māori. The opportunity as a system, or the need for comprehensive support programs for whenua Māori. And notably integrating traditional knowledge with modern sustainable practices as well. And then on the Pakahi order space is continue to strengthen our Pakahi and create those opportunities for progressive procurement. It's a hard time to be an SME at the moment, we all know this, and this is where these networks are going to be completely come into play as our whānau in this space navigate their future. But a quick point to make on this slide here is that, yes, we talked about these 3 different deliverables in the terms of our contract that we have with yourselves and again, e mihi ana kia ora koutou. However, they're all interrelated. They're absolutely all interrelated. The mahi done in the education and the tangata ora space plays into the needs of our whenua and into the way that we contribute to Pakahi and to the different parts that make up our economy. On that note, I'm going to hoki te rākau kia Jay in case there's any other whakaaro and then open up for pātai.
Kia ora, councillors. I am mindful that the time is moving. We have got half an hour behind time, so I'm going to allow for 3 questions and then we're going to close on this kaupapa. Councillor Scott.
Thanks for that, but when I heard, hear everything, it sounds like there was spent $500,000 on stuff which has been done everywhere else. If it's not MSD, MB, education, priority 1, university recruiters, TPK, it just seems a lot of duplication. There's nothing, we know this. There's lots of places where you can help. I think you did 3 events in 2022 for procurement. 6 last year. I can't see the $500,000 worth of value. What is different from what all those other agencies are doing?
I think that you just answered your own question in part, Councillor Scott, just in regards to those agencies. I'm going to tell a quick story here, and many in the room that sit here who are Māori will understand this a lot more, is that those agencies doing that work don't understand us. They're part of a system that doesn't work to support us. It's part of a system that we contribute to as tax and ratepayers, but still provide outcomes where 1 in 4 of our tamariki live in poverty. The story I'm going to tell is one that in this current political climate, it can be unsafe to be Māori in spaces that aren't designed for us and by us. My tamaiti, he's 6, or he was 5 at the time. A couple of weeks ago, we're in Rotorua, where I'm based, and where he's from, and in a township that is gifted by his ancestors to my town, for all of us, for our economy. And my son came home after being severely bullied He's 5 years old for being Māori. The difference with what Toi Kairawa does is we create safe spaces for these kōrero to happen. Yes, we draw upon what else is already out there, 100%, because we're not going to duplicate, we play to the gaps and where the need is. But it can be really unsafe to be Māori in this, in this environment. And that's what you purchase. You purchase safe spaces where our tamariki, our rangatahi, our people can come together to support each other in a system that does not support us. And I'm going to stop there before I burst looking there.
Councillor Lees.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Just a very quick question. Are you still closely allied with Priority One?
Yes. Yeah, well, they're the active partners and big supporters of our mahi as well.
And on that note, and just to add to that, Councillor, we do have really strong relationships with other work happening by other EDAs in the Rohe, so we're not working independently, we're working together.
Councillor White.
Mihana kia korua Kerry Ann rau ko Jay mō tō whakātūranga kia mātou. Yeah, I very much empathise with your answer there, Kerry Ann. The reality is that by our people, for our people is the best solution. I would argue that the government is trying to get closer to the ground. You guys are closer to the ground than any system can be. So I think there's a way forward for you. I do like your program. I do see a lot of the rangatahi coming forward. We're getting presentations. The capacity of the next generation is really, really climbing. And those data statistics that Kiri Kōwhai provided for us see something around the fact of the matter facing this growth of our population and the young people coming forward. So I really appreciate your kōrero. Look, Madam Chair, I don't have a question. I just wanted to add some support to Kerry Ann, the story she gave, and the passion that our people feel for the change is on the ground with our people. And we talk about giving handouts. We don't want the damn handout. We want the capacity built so we can look after ourselves. So I think, Kerry Ann, the program that you're talking about, I think is value. And I say that because the fact of the matter is that other agencies have burnt money. And I think the government is recognising burning money. And if you can actually calculate from your own space what the benefits are of what you're doing to grow that capacity in real terms, then we've got an answer. So I just wanted to put that comment of support for your efforts. Kia ora.
Thank you, Te Whare. I also want to reiterate really the purpose why we had injected the money into your organisation. I think as a council, we may have had greater expectations, but I've got to applaud you for the reporting that you've done over 3 years where we provided that funding. And I think we also have to have a realisation around this table of what it's actually like, given that you've walked in the footsteps that we were unable to. And so while what we had expected may have not been delivered by some of us around this table, it certainly has highlighted for us, I think, what we weren't seeing. And I want to applaud you for that. The other thing, the difficulty I also want to raise is about how do you address the issue around Māori economic development and how we look at that role of the rangatahi and how they play in improving the current situation of Māori. It's not easy. It's not easy. So again, I applaud you. Well, I think one of the burning questions for me in what you've delivered and what we've been trying to come to grips with around this table is a question really that's been asked by Councillor Shirley. And it's around why can't we get the labour force to work on our whenua? You know, I've had examples in my own family where what we're striving for is academia, but there's another side to academia. We are the owners of Māori whenua. You know, we look at, do we really want our kids going out picking the kiwi fruit? We are looking at sending them to universities, but do we need to really rethink that? Are we placing too much emphasis on academia and we're not actually looking at, well, actually, we're more needed at home on that whenua, picking that kiwi fruit, you know, doing the whole horticultural practice. So something's not quite right. And that's the other thing we've got to fix. Because the emphasis on getting an academic qualification for our kids has become more important, that they look at going into the kiwi fruit is actually a demeaning labour task that is not for them. Because we have conditioned them to think, no, you need to go to university. But and I'm only just realising now with my own grandchildren, that is not the answer. Because we're all looking now, what's the most important thing to us? It's whenua Māori. Because we still have tino rangatiratanga over whenua Māori. But what we're doing is, we're taking our kids from that and we're placing them into the universities. Not a problem with that. But why are we sending all of them there? And why are we not looking at the kids who are struggling in the education system to train them in those horticulture spaces? And I know some are doing that. You know, I've got one part of my family, we've got 14, 15, 16-year-olds working in the orchards. While it provides an income, but true, they should be at school. They should be at school, but we're also needing them on the whenua. See, there's that whole juggling thing. And we've got to get right, I think, what we've actually got wrong. But so I'm applauding you from the work, but let's try and find the answer as to how we address the other spectrum that's lacking for us. And you know, we talked about Filipinos and other indigenous cultures on whenua Māori. I have no issue with that at all. I have no issue with it. Until such time we can rectify where we've actually gone wrong. You know, I've got blocks of Māori land in front of me, and in the high peak seasons of cultivation, you know, in front of me, Indians come to do the crop, the squash cover. Fijians are in the orchards. I don't have an issue with that. My issue though is, where are our people that could be working alongside? Because I don't think we've got the numbers anyway to do it on our own. But somewhere along, and even somewhere in your work, you've got to find that working in those labour positions is just as important as going to university. And I guess I want to leave that with you. Sure.
Yeah, could I answer that? Agree fully. And what some of the insights we found as well is that it's roughly around 30% of secondary school students that go to universities, and more so in higher income schooling. And in those sorts of spaces, they're generally dissuaded from going into areas like vocational education or just employment in general. Some of the, I don't say they're working with, in fact, on our advisor group themselves, actually, who was thriving and a bit of a startup, could have went to university and found that it was, again, not a safe space for him. I won't single out the university, but not safe space for him to be able to operate and learn. And he came back home, and now he is, he's already doing some awesome stuff, bringing other young neets whanatahi up through the ranks and everything as well. But he's one of many who, you know, go off with a solid dream of you know, go to university and get your education and then climb the corporate ladder, etc. When we're seeing the rapidity of how, you know, these areas are growing, that if they're committing to, especially in the areas of things like science and technologies especially, to a 3-4 year degree, a lot of that learning might be obsolete by the time they finish that degree anyway. So you need to be looking at more, you know, agile ways of being able to learn things like micro-credentialing and more industry level education and training, as opposed to just, you know, in some cases getting a piece of paper for paper's sake. One of the tertiary providers that we're working with at the moment actually recognise this and have seen that a lot of the training things that are taking places in the NEETs environments and youth provided spaces, they are building accreditation around, because it aligns with a lot of the sort of stuff that they're dealing with and that they're providing in their foundation programs already. So instead of drawing our Māori kids out of their communities in places where they already feel safe, and acknowledging a lot of the groundwork that communities are doing to be able to build that capability, instead of stripping them out of that and pulling them on campus, you're going, actually, we can see what you guys are doing there in terms of building both their technical and their professional capacity, and we can get accredited that way, because a lot of them are coming out of school more and more without even level ones, you know. But it's only because a lot of the stuff that they're out doing doesn't have any sort of like qualification framework or anything around it to be recognised that as actually being valuable. Even though credits don't necessarily necessitate that that's going to make them more employable. You know, a lot of employers will recognise, as they keep talking about, the emphasis on the need for soft skills. And if you just, if you just have kids that will show up and, show a good attitude and look you in the eye and communicate and all those sorts of things, but those sorts of things aren't discussed on a macro level in any sort of way that says, yes, that's not just some fluffy nice to have. These are the sorts of things that, even studies from Deloitte have sort of said it is the problem solving, the communication, all those sorts of skills that need more and more, but there's not enough sort of formal and consistent messaging in all these sorts of spaces to show what that looks like and how they're supposed to attain it, especially from a Te Māori perspective as well. So yeah, it's a big thing to sort of address, but I think overall, what we're working towards is systems change. And there's only so much, change if it doesn't seem sufficient that we've produced enough in this amount of time. I'd invite you to watch this space. And it's not testament to us personally. We don't attest to be the panacea of Māori economic development. We will not be able to do the majority of the work that we can without the express support and input and investment from a lot of our partners who make this possible. We don't operate in isolation. Our strength comes from our collaboration, those who support us to do it. So I appreciate your words and your criticisms about things, but I'm confident in where we're going and what the future looks like for our young people in the Bay. So kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. I think we've got yes, by all we've got to get for you. Okay, councillors, I'll take some direction. Councillors, I'll take some direction from you. We can either take a break for lunch or we can run the course and do our 3 reports and come to a close. Up to you whether we break now for lunch, come back and do the 3 reports, or do the 3 reports. What's Jane?
Oh, Madam Chair, I've got to leave it too. So
okay, so we'll carry on.
Well, if people don't mind, that would be wonderful.
Looks like we're getting the nods. We're going to carry on. Thank you, councillors. So we have 3 reports. Katarina, I'm going to hand to you now for you to take us through those reports. The first one being on page 16, am I correct?
Tēnā koutou councillors. I'm going to take this report as read. The next 2 reports are the important ones unless there are questions.
Moved. Oh, Karen Leader is moving, seconded by Councillor Neves. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any questions? No questions. Okay, I'll take it. Carry. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We have our staff up here who are going to speak to the next 2 reports. Hirwini Simpson, Merehine Waiari and Graham Howard. And just refer you to page 23 of your agenda. You'll see there's a little pop out in the previous report that has our strategic direction, just for your reference in case you want to refer to that. And so these 2 reports, we are implementing year 1 of the long-term plan. And so we were asked to draft 2 policies in year 1 of the long-term plan. This is the first one. It's the Regional Co-Governance Secretariat Fund policy. So we're seeking your feedback and direction and endorsement for this policy, and then the next one so that we can continue with implementation. So I'll just hand it to Hirwini if he's got any other comments, or we'll take questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is exactly as laid before you. Katarina has recapped on the background to these reports, so we're happy in the interest of time just to take questions or provide any further points of clarification.
Councillor Neves.
Thank you. I've got to confess to being a little bit confused about this because I thought this was a secretariat fund to help in the administration of our co-governance entities. And reading it, it seems more like a project fund, where different entities can apply for a budget to do certain activities. And so therefore I was confused about the potential overlap with the Māori Initiative Fund. So that's one question. The differential between the different funds and their target markets is confusing to me. So I'm not in a position to be able to sign off on this one. The other thing I think I found confusing was the non-statutory entities. We've only identified a Hiwa Harbour and the implementation group, but we also have Te Aupu, which also is an established non-statutory co-governance entity. So I didn't really understand, is this only for treaty settlements, or is it where we have set up a co-governance or co-management entity to work together with tangata whenua? So big question for me around that. And then I guess just a statement about both of these funds. There's quite a bit of there's a statement in there that says we're going to use this 200,000 and people can apply, and we will have a mechanism by which we'll pass the funding out. But we can also use operational funding, and we could also be match funding. And to me, what I wanted from these funds was to be very clear about how much we're investing in the future of tangata whenua and building their capability. So that either of these funds, before I approve them, I have to be absolutely certain that we're going to get the reporting that we're going to need to give us a very transparent picture of what we're investing in tangata whenua, whether it's capability building, whether it's scholarships, whether it's projects, whether it's contracts. We need to have a very, very clear, transparent reporting system so that we know exactly what we spent, where we spent it, and what outcomes we're getting. And I don't see any of that attached to these policies.
Thank you, Councillor Nees. I think at this point we should hand over to the staff and to address some of that and to help clarify some of the questions that Councillor Nees is asking. I can understand that there probably is confusion because the policies are coming to us on the same day in the same paper, so I can understand the confusion of the two. So I'm going to hand over to both Pereweni and Marahene to go through the policy first, and then I'll go back to the councillors.
Chair, can I make a comment first?
Very quickly, yes.
Very quickly. I think Councillor Nees has just very eloquently encapsulated the very concerns that I had, because I understood this is for a Secretariat fund to support the co-governance, particularly the statutory ones, which we have a statutory obligation to do. But I think someone might have been you, Chair, made a comment, about the presentations this morning being a sedgeway, and that's exactly what I think we've had. We've sort of had a sedgeway of all sorts of general aspirations to influence our decision this afternoon, if you like. I'm getting increasingly unclear of just what this money will be spent for, because we slashed the funding for general community supports. And of course, Māori interests can apply for the general one as well as the special fund now. And if it's as broad as it seems it will be, I don't know how the bounds of that will be. So I'm very interested to hear how the staff might explain that.
Yes, and I think that is my whole point of allowing the staff to make or to give clarification around the two, because I do have a couple of questions, albeit I'm not questioning how the fund is to be used, but I think I agree with the two councillors that it does need clarification, and I think once it's given, then I think there'll be more understanding. That's why you have set out the papers as they are. So, kia korua.
Through you, Madam Chair. So if I could start perhaps just with the clarification around the co-governance fund. So if you councillors may recall, that was off the back of several submissions we'd received from co-governance partners, co-governance entities that only focus in the Kaituna in particular. The idea for that fund was to support some of the initiatives of those co-governance entities themselves. It wasn't so much around bridging the gap or trying to cover our internal costs of staff support in that. So it was always an external facing pool of funding to support those initiatives that were led out by those co-governance fora, rather than being an internal facing co-governance mechanism or funding mechanism. And that's how we have framed this. It is, in the first instance, pitched towards initiatives, projects, and other matters that may come from those co-governance fora. On the second issue around the expansion to non-statutory, so it was originally, and so the driver for it to come from those two particular submissions, but in the paper itself, at the time we did make clear that it was to be expanded to cover all our co-governance and co-management commitments. So we have included with that, particularly the Ohiwa Forum, and the reason for that is because the genesis for that is that was going to be expanded as part of the Whakadohea settlement. There was a proposal to expand that, to formalise that into a co-governance forum proper, but we stepped back from that. Decisions were made not to, but in the sense it carries out that it would otherwise have been one of those, at that level of a co-management, co-governance forum proper. So we've sought to include that within this remit of this that particular fund. On the third question around Operation Funding, I'll defer to Mary on this one.
Kia ora tātou. And just to add to Hiruini's comment on the inclusion of the non-statutory co-governance entities, they also follow the same issues, regardless of whether they're statutory or non-statutory, that the iwi members face. And that's what that Secretariat funding support was for. And that was one of the reasons we wanted to include them within the ambit of applicant eligibility as well for the co-governance Secretariat fund. In terms of the policy question that you had, Councillor Nice, regarding the funding for operational budget in the policy, we have included that because we've discussed and our recommendation is based on the need for an integrated funding approach. We have multiple funding schemes within council, but there isn't a coordinated approach towards that. And when there are projects that cover multiple different areas, there has been a request from Tangata Whenua for us to better work together when we're co-funding these projects. And I might also just, Graham may want to add to this, that's something that we're looking at as part of that community funding review. So we're not saying that we're going to, one project is going to be funded for the same outcomes, that there just might be a better way that we might be able to integrate our funding approaches across these different funding schemes.
Right, through you, Chair. You're just looking at our funding, the funds we operate overall. So we've got a number of community funds which we operate. Each of those is focused on a particular area, typically, but there is some opportunity to think around where funds are operating and supporting outcomes that each of the funds are operating. There is sometimes value in having a look at whether there is some opportunity to look at funding from different funds to support a project where suitable. So, for example, you may remember through our deliberations we had one of the Community Initiatives Fund applications was funding a project which also had some very strong climate change elements, and so there was an opportunity through looking at the climate change budget, for example, to do a small top-up through the climate change activity budget to support that Community Initiative Fund activity as well. So it's wanting to make sure that we have these community funds which are aligned for a specific purpose, but we do retain a certain amount of flexibility to ensure that we can maximise the outcomes for those projects.
So if I could just add to that, so the quantum for what we may grant on behalf of council may be a set amount. It's just how we slice and dice that in-house. We may take a proportion of 50% from the climate change budget and 50% from the Māori Initiatives Fund, if that helps.
So then how are we going to know exactly how much we've been investing? Because if you take 50,000 from the climate change budget and you take 50,000 from the co-government secretariat fund policy budget, then that's 100,000. And the climate change money could have been spent on something else. So, you know, it's about what is not being invested as much as, or not being delivered on as much as where the money is being funneled. So before I think where I am with this is I think we need to do all of these together. I think we need to do the Community Initiatives Fund, we need to do the Volunteer Initiatives Fund, and we need to do the EEF Fund and both these funds together. So we've got a big integrated picture of how it all fits together. Because I'm not just in a position where I can sign this one off and then know that our group manager is going to tutu with it once we've done work on the Community Initiatives Fund and the Volunteer Fund, etc. So it's too unclear for me at the moment, and I'm afraid I just can't sign it off.
Through you, Chair, just a reminder with our Community Initiatives Fund and Volunteers Initiatives Fund, those funds have been allocated through for the next 3 years, so that funding is locked in.
It's the policy, it's how the policy fits together that's the issue, because yeah, I thank you for the work you've done, but it's just not clear enough for me. I'm sorry.
I'll just open up to other councillors in the room to, I guess, assess whether or not they have the same view.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand now the aims and ambitions of this particular co-government secretariat funding. It wasn't what I had in my mind at the LTP, but now having read this, it is really around actioning some of the activities within the various plans that probably wouldn't be funded for whatever reason. So I get that, but I do support Councillor Nees on this. My understanding is one of the recommendations from the LTP was we look to rationalise all these funds so there is absolute clarity, because they're kind of thrown singularly and by topsy actually, and we got confused even, or uncertain I should say, during the LTP process. So hence there is a recommendation floating around somewhere, and I think a workshop is potentially coming up soon, Graham. I'm not sure if you're involved in that, about, yes, we've allocated it, but there is still a systemic problem in there about do they overlay each other, you know, have we got too many, can some be rationalised, etc. And I think these two would end up in that mix. So I do support Councillor Nees on that, even though I understand this particular one. But if you start looking at them in isolation again, we're getting back to the way we were, rather than considering how they operate as a package. Because I think there's probably 4, at least, I think, 4 or 5 of them, including these two. Well, there should be 4 or 5, there's probably a lot more actually. But my understanding is we're about to hold a workshop or a process to look to rationalise, not these two, but you know, the others that we have.
Through Chair, we have through the LTP there was a resolution to look at doing a review of the Volunteers Initiatives Fund, Community Initiatives Fund, Environmental Enhancement Fund, and the Māori Initiatives Fund was included in that as well, noting that there were also recommendations around the Māori Initiatives Fund that was separate to this as well. There is, I think, tentatively scheduled a workshop or in the Strategy and Policy Committee to look at, particularly around the EF, VIF and SIF, and that's in Q2, which is what, October, November, December, in that period of time, and we're looking to scope that up. It is, yeah, and across council we do have, as you say, quite a number of funds. Each of those has a really clear purpose in terms of what it is trying to support and what it does support. Some of those funds are broader than others, and so it's trying to ensure that we're really clear that on how those funds work together to support the outcomes of council.
I think where it's got a bit messy is where you may extract some resource out of one fund and another fund to create the best pool in the world. You know, some resource to achieve one of those goals, let's say in Ituna or wherever, that can't be funded at the moment on their own. So I understand that, but as we see that sort of diagram and network and how it all comes together, I think it is a little bit uncertain. This on its own is fine. You know, it's got a good, I think, phase 4 is monitoring and reporting back and checking milestones, things like that. There's plenty of that in there. But it's just how it interconnects, as the next one will too, how it interconnects potentially with the other 3 or 4.
Thank you. Chitaru.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Well, it come as no surprise that I'm supporting the staff and the comments they've made. And I say that in the context of the previous presentation we've had today as well. You know, this more targeted and fixed approach around co-governance, co-management to me makes absolute sense. I mean, I guess in all of this, we're trying to look at what the value is going to come out of this. I certainly trust the information that we're getting from staff that, and I'm not saying everybody mistrusts it. I understand where you're coming from. There's a conglomerate of other fundings that we need to rationalise. But sometimes allowing some flex where flex is needed, I think this is one of the cases where it is needed in what's been identified in the paper. But also, like I say, I can't get past some of the presentations that have been made this morning and the future prospects of our populations, the whole effort being put into development. And when I talk about Hua Harbour and other places that have been mentioned here, the other things that have been mentioned in the paper, I'm supportive. You know, I mean, we can go back and do a workshop on trying to isolate this and understand the policies that go with each piece, and then underline the value construct. I don't think we're talking an enormous amount of money. I guess people are arguing about the principles of policy setting. I think this is still, in my mind, a good way to look at that investment. So I'm supportive. I don't have much more to add, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chitaru. Councillor McMillan.
Kia ora. This all makes total sense to me. You know, we've got a new LTP now that we're in. We've got Te Ara Poutama. We're pressing ahead with, you know, what we heard over and over in the submissions of capability and capacity. So that's the second policy here. And then Secretariat for support of those co-governments, whether statutory or non-statutory entities that we're across. So the two policies are quite clear in their difference to me. I totally get the corridor around needing to understand the interconnection of all of our funds in a policy framework. That said, I still believe that we can press ahead with this because this is something that is being established under Te Ara Poutama, which we heard loud and clear through our submissions of where the gaps are, and these policies address those gaps. How our policies nuance together, I believe, can be workshopped with when we start to go through, as you said, Graham, in that S&P workshop with the other policy developments around how we allocate that funding and how they nuance together. I think, in my mind, it would be an absolute shame to put the brakes on and the walls up with this policy going ahead today. We've already agreed to the money. The money is not, so to Terry, that's already been signed off. So that's not the issue here. I'm really comfortable with this policy going ahead, and I think, you know, let's get some action on the ground. We're already in this LTP. Let's get ahead. And I imagine there may be some challenges with our co-governance entities with our Secretariat funding. If I don't know, Katarina, you'll be able to answer this, but we already have these entities. We have Secretariat funding. I think my understanding is some need refreshing. So if we don't have a policy structure, can we keep our independent secretariats in position, or do we have to say, oh no, sorry, we've got to wait for a while because we're not sure what the policy is and whether or not we can allocate that to you? I don't want those roadblocks. We need action. We need to get going. My request is can we approve this policy today? And then we'll address the nuances, how they interact in our further S&P workshops.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a more detailed concern here, and I think it's in terms of interpretation. So, being part of the Tarawera Awa Restoration Group, when I look at the comments on top of page 26, when you're referring to technical support and development of projects, I think you're going to have to be quite robust in terms of deliberating on what does that actually mean, because you could spend a truckload of money on getting consultants to prepare a technical report on the feasibility of a project that would soak up a whole lot of money in here if you're not really careful. So I think your oversight of that, you have to be really on the money on.
Councillor Wanda Adelson.
Yeah, thank you. My comment was similar to Councillor Alita's. I think, look, I didn't understand quite the double bucket that this amounts to with two lots of funding of 200,000. I think it's we can't make a decision at this committee. We can only make a recommendation. I think we need to actually, we actually have to look now at how we operate in the light of if we want to get central government funding, we have to be much more targeted. So I think that let's just smell the roses for a couple of weeks. Let's come back with a workshop on our total funding packages. We've got to find a better way forward. That's all I'm saying. And this is an opportunity for us to actually have a good hard look at ourselves and be sure that we aren't just paying money to consultants, that we are getting action-orientated outcomes. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of points which might help the conversation is that the Secretariat funding we had that in the last LTP. We didn't expend all of it, but what we did was very much appreciated. Secretariat funding is to provide capacity for iwi members in the co-governance forum to participate so that there's mutual outcomes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Herwini, but I think there was not that much of a drawdown of the funds, and that several chairs asked whether they could continue that. And yes, the 200,000 has been approved, and the consideration of extending it outside of legislated treaty co-governance forums was a discussion with our Māori councillors. They were supportive of including Ohiwa and also the pre-settlement arrangement for Tauranga Moana. That is why those items are in this report. We could limit it to treaty co-governance forums like we did in the last LTP, if that is the direction of this meeting.
I just want to add that the discussion with the Māori councillors, I guess, covers off to what Jane has raised, although they haven't actually been named, and that it would be inclusive of Te Uepu. But that was our reason for just widening that scope, because we recognise that not every partnership or co-governance, if you want to call it co-management, has been formed via a treaty settlement. And while this funding had originally targeted the co-governance forums and the secretariats therein through treaty settlements, we came to the realisation that we've got more than that, i.e. Te Uepu, Tauranga Advisory Group and Ohiwa. So that was the reason for extending the scope of allowing this funding to go beyond just those that have settled. So that's kind of the answer there around that specific question. The other thing I want to reiterate again is that, we have decided, this decision has made to grant this funding to cover off what we were looking at that came through the LTP. I guess what staff have tried to do is to be a bit more inventive around how we could broaden the scope of the funding to extend so that we are helping a lot more of the submitters in the LTP process, which we were not able to fund with every single one. But what we thought we could do with this funding is consider some of those who weren't lucky enough to receive the funding. Whether or not that has come through clear enough in the report and in the policy itself, that is what underlies, I think, the broadening of the scope. Albeit the fund is not a great fund, and we recognise that it is applicable through the whole, under the whole of the region. My concern really is not the content of the policy ruling. My concern really is around the criteria that the staff have set, and whether that is too stringent for our people to access the funding. But I guess that's, I take on board that you've taken that onto consideration with our financial staff and with the likes of our staff member, other staff members that are sitting here. So, I accept that. But it has always been an issue for me in the back of my mind is whether our funding criteria sometimes becomes the challenge for people to apply for our funding. And I guess that's still to be proven as to whether the rules that we're sitting here are too tight and too difficult. That'll play out, I guess, over the next few years as to how that money is going to be expended, and whether the barrier is too great for them to penetrate to be able to access those funds. So that really was my only concern around the report. But I totally understand that you've spoken to our financial staff around that and taken on board what we do as a council. So I'm ready to accept that. Councillor Etienne, I can see your hand up.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. No, you actually covered across most of what I was going to say with regards to widening the scope of the Secretariat funding beyond the statutory co-governance forms that we have. And I certainly was, as everyone around the table know, an advocation for Ohiwa Harbour, which is a co-governance group, OHIF, and not statutory, but does a lot of great work. And so, yeah, you pretty much said it, Madam Chair. And these aren't these are two barrels. These are barrels, or these are fundings rather, that we have deliberated over and during the LTP process. So and I certainly have an expectation that these will be quality spends, that we will not be spending this money on overpriced technical experts. I certainly do not want to see the money being used in that manner. And what I see in this policy is a framework for us to be able to monitor that through Komiti Māori to make sure that these aren't white elephants or nice to haves or fantasies that we're funding here. This is essential funding to get the work done on the ground and to meet the strategic outputs that we've all agreed to do the mahi on. So I am supportive of it. I do understand if some councillors have some concerns around clarity, but I certainly do not want to be in a situation where we end up in a workshop and it becomes over the merits of the funding pools. If we're talking about the clarity around monitoring and measuring these funding pools and the policy settings, well, take the pie. And if councillors want clarification around that, but I am also conscious, wary, Madam Chair, that we don't end up in a relitigation over the merits of the funding pools themselves. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'll take Councillor Scott and Councillor White.
Yeah, so just following on from Toy's point, it's about the policy, or in my view, it's about policy rather than the funding, that's been approved. But just this conversation has shown that there's enough ifs and buts where it wouldn't go astray, in my view, that in the sake of month or so, there's that workshop. Have a look. It's under the objective of Te Ara Pōtama, which is about pursuit of excellence. Excellence is making sure that we've got our birds all lined up in a row. So to that end, I'd like to move a resolution that these policies stand referred to the Strategy and Policy Committee for a workshop to be considered with the other funding policies.
I'm happy to second that, and I just want to say I'm not arguing with the amounts for the funds. We have signed those off from the LTP. It's about having a really clear understanding of what policy that are going to support these funds, and I think the best way is to workshop it and get an agreement on how they're all going to work together, and real clarity about processes, monitoring, reporting. So I'm happy to move. A second.
Before we move on from there, Councillor White does have his hand up. So Councillor White, I'll allow you to ask your question.
You hardly get a question out of me. I'll just make a final comment, Madam Chair. Look, I just want to say that I agree with Councillor Iti in the context of, we can put things into a box and make it feel like we're safe. We can be, the often term used is be pragmatic about sometimes things work better by being a little bit innovative and expanding our thoughts. So actually expanding outside the mandated legislation sometimes, for example, Ohiwa and the other that have been mentioned, makes sense. But look, I'm not going to fight this one. I mean, basically, the reality is I'm happy for further negotiations to happen, other than the fact I actually support the staff's recommendation. It's interesting, Madam Chair, that we're in Committee Māori, and this is going to strategy and policy. I think it also raises some interesting issues around how do we work these two committees sometime. I'm happy for it to go to strategy and policy, but it's here in Committee Māori, which can make recommendations as well. So I guess just your guidance on this, Madam Chair. Where do we go? We are going to take it to strategy and policy, right?
I take on board what you're saying, and it's a concern of mine as well. I mean, I'm probably quite offended that we're looking to go to share policy, and the Committee Māori has the ability to address this here at this committee meeting. I mean, we heard this morning about building capacity. And if there is expectation here that this scope of it has to be taken to strategy and policy and not here at Komiti Māori, that I find offensive. So if there is going to be rediscussion about the scope of it needs to come back to Komiti Māori and resolve at Komiti Māori. It is kaupapa Māori. And so it is not a decision, in my view, to go to strategy and policy until we have made the decision about that policy here at Komiti Māori. Otherwise, what's the point of Komiti Māori? What's the point of the terms of agreement that we have in Komiti Māori, which allows us to address policy pertaining to kaupapa Māori? So kaupapa Māori policy must be done here. It must be done here. Quite happy to go with the recommendations to strategy policy, but let's not take this unfinished policy work to be decided upon at strategy and policy until we make the decision of what it is to be at this committee. And that's my view on this.
Madam Chair,
So Councillor Iti and Chairman Leader.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I mean, as a compromise, perhaps, I understand the desire to get alignment of policy across our various community type Māori funding strategies. And if we are, taking it to a space where we can workshop this more and discuss policy alignment across those various funding initiatives, perhaps we just call it a strategy and policy committee Māori workshop where we bring these different funding initiatives together so that we can discuss it more, get everybody on board, make sure that everyone's comfortable with the alignment between all of the funds. I mean, I think it's rats and mice really, but I'm happy to do that, to get the timing for that workshop. Will there be any ramifications in terms of I guess I'm just trying to get a clear idea in terms of your work program and the allocation of that funding and the timelines. Are there any considerations that we need to take into account in making this decision that's being motioned?
I'm happy to add those words after, as a mover, leading up to a seconder, to add a strategy policy committee Māori, because it's the same people, right? So, no problem at all with adding those words.
Can I just, for clarification, we're talking about a joint committee workshop, is that it?
That's what's being proposed by Councillor Eaty.
Yep. Agreed.
Supported by the mover of the motion.
Oh, that first.
Thanks, Chair. Wherever this ends up, I don't think we should sit on our hands and wait for, say, another committee Māori. You need to just deal with this, not with urgency, but expeditiously.
I agree.
It's not a big issue once the explanations behind the concerns.
Perhaps I can just talk about timeframes. So we're in year one, we're 3 months in, and yes, if you would like us to defer it to a workshop and then we've got to do work, we're just mindful that we have some expectations from some of the submitters who know that we have set aside some allocation, especially our co-governance forums, some of them of which there's some really important work and they would like some support. Just on that though, we are very diligent with where we allocate. We did not allocate all the requests last year. We made sure that they were strictly within the purpose and within the purpose of a secretariat. So not all funding. In fact, there were lots of funding that came through this LTP that we would not look to fund. We do not fund expensive consultants. We fund work that directly contributes to the purpose of the co-governance forum. That is first and foremost. And just on the working with our teams, our staff have been working together on this for 2 months with procurement and with finance to make sure that these policy recommendations are consistent and are not inconsistent, and that when it does come to the workshop, they will still be robust. We've been working very hard on that matter. Kia ora.
I know this is dragging on, but I think there's a risk here, and Katarana's touched on it. We've set the LTP, we've signed off funding, we have balls in motion with entities, statutory and non-statutory. There's projects out there waiting to get going, things that, I'd like to make, I don't know how this process works, but I would like to make a different recommendation. And that is that we can sign off this policy, but that we come together to have a workshop to discuss how all of these align with each other, which goes back to Councillor Nees's request, is a real clear line of sight as to how they overlap or not, and how they differentiate as different funding buckets, but that we can sign off this policy today and move forwards. That's my recommendation. I don't know how you want to word it, but.
Madam Chair, I have seconded the motion and I accept the change that Councillor Scott has requested. So I ask that you put this motion. I have to go. I'm not willing to sign this off. I believe there's clarification that's required and I thank staff for their work. But I do think that we need to have a very clear picture about all of our different funds fit together before we sign this off. And I'm really sorry if it's going to be a month delay, but it's very important, I think, that we have the best clear policy that we can get.
Thank you, and I agree. I'm letting you speak first.
I was just going to say, Chair, let's be very clear what the resolution we are going to vote on, which is essentially the position put forward by Councillor Eaty, which was a joint workshop. And that was then adopted or agreed to by Councillor Scott.
And Councillor Lee seconded that.
Okay.
So that's what's on the floor now.
Is that okay, the reading here, recommends the draft policy be referred to a joint strategy and policy committee Māori workshop for review alongside other funding policies. Is that correct?
The only comment I'd make, Chair, is it should be ASAP.
Yes.
You know, you've got a big work stream in front of you as councillors and all these committees. And I don't think we should defer it for.
And this is just for this report for the co-governance secretariat report at the moment.
My expectation was I will be passing this also for the next one. They need to be looked at together.
Policy.
Yes.
Rather than review, should it be establishment? Because these are new policies, aren't they? We're not reviewing them. They're to be signed off in the get-go, like they're new policies. So establishment of policy rather than review of policy.
No, because we've already got established other funding policies. It needs to be for review. We're reviewing these draft policies to ensure that they fit with the other established policies, which we're also reviewing.
Just through you, Madam Chair, it is a little bit confusing because this is a new policy that wouldn't need to be reviewed, but the other policies are being reviewed.
Yeah, these are new.
These are new policies.
New strategic direction.
So the review, the context of the review is to review what's been presented today. Is that my understanding from you, Councillor Nace?
Could I suggest, Chair, that you put the words integration with other policies in there, because you don't want to review all the other funding policies. You're looking at this policy and how it integrates with those other funding policies. Is that what we're trying to achieve?
No, it's one of the chief executive's KPIs that she actually does work on integrating and reviewing these policies, including the CIF, the BIF and the EEF. And it's in the chief executive's KPIs.
I think that I support that the difficulty arose about integration. The difficulty arose when the suggestion was made that potentially on a particular project for a goal or an outcome, you wouldn't just take money out of this, you could take money out of the other ones. Yeah. That's the problem, and that needs to be resolved. What does it look like? What does it mean? Singularly, they're fine. I have no issue with these, so I don't think we need to mess with these. It's just how they, as the chair said, how they integrate with the other ones as and when required.
I'll be happy to keep it as considered, and then consideration can be about integration and the consistency and all that stuff. So it's a minor word that allows us to.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I could just clarify on Councillor's point around the splitting or the integration of co-funding stuff from different streams. So what often happens is we get projects that do meet outcomes from different areas. So whether it's in a freshwater fund, whether it's in a climate fund, and because of the limited pool that we often have for each of these funds, rather than committing a whole lot of funding from one a whole lot of funding for one area, where it's going to meet a whole lot of outcomes from different areas, we co-fund it. That's the whole idea of co-funding, so that you spread that demand across different funds because it's meeting outcomes from those different areas. That's the whole idea of what we're talking about in that paragraph, to maintain the ability to do so. And I accept you may not have clarified that, because tease that out a bit more if that helps, Councillor. But that was the intention of what that particular paragraph speaks to.
I can ask for motion.
Makes sense.
So you're happy with what, is everybody happy with what's on the board at the moment? Okay.
Yeah.
So I put that to the floor, and all those in favour? I'll show of hands. I'll see your hands up on the screen as well. Okay. Thank you. Harry. Well, we don't need to go to this. It's just some housekeeping now. I just need to move two reports, just to remove mover and seconder for the chair's report, which we've already gone through. Thank you, Councillor McMillan, Councillor Nees, all those in favour say aye. Aye, carried. And the one last one is I have to receive the report that was given to us by Toi Kairoa. So if I can have a mover and shake it, mover and shake it. No, I'm going night clubbing later. Thank you, Councillor McMillan, Councillor Nees. All those in favour say aye. Aye, carried. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That brings our meeting to a close. Ngā mihi. Thank you, councillors on Zoom. Thank you very much.